Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of EPA Environmental Financial Advisory Board's October 2022 public meeting. Again, my name is Edward Chu, and I'm the designated federal officer for the EFAB. I have to do this every meeting, so bear with me because I think we have a public webinar that's going out and we have new people perhaps joining us. So I want to remind everyone that this is a hybrid public meeting being physically held for those of us that are here in person in Denver, Colorado, and it's also being live streamed online. I believe it's being webcast via YouTube. For our public audience, I want to share again that EFAB is a federal advisory committee. It's an independent advisory body chartered under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, which means that all meetings are open to the public and all meeting materials are available online on EPA's EFAB website. Members of the public are encouraged to submit comments on matters being considered by the EFAB for consideration as the board develops its advice and recommendations to EPA. Oral statements may be provided during the public comment period, again scheduled for 3:40, I believe this afternoon, Mountain Time. We heard from 3 speakers yesterday, and that's going to be part of the record for this meeting. And as always, we had 4 speakers? Oh, we did have 4 speakers. Sorry for the last speaker, whoever that was. Individuals or groups providing oral statements will be limited to 3 minutes, as we did yesterday. And I am going to turn to Tara to see if do we have anyone signed up for this afternoon. We have 2 speakers signed up for this afternoon, so you can plan accordingly. 4 written comments were provided in advance, and it's already been shared with you, and it's already been posted on our website. As we did yesterday, this meeting today will run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Mountain Time. It is being recorded as well as being broadcast live today. And a meeting summary will be available for the public on our website, EPA's EFAB website, within 90 days of this meeting. Couple of other logistics related matter. The first is I know many of you do have flights to catch after this meeting. Tara Johnson is going to be coordinating. If you would like to coordinate travel plans to Denver International, please check in with her at break. The second thing is at break, we would also like to have a photo. So if you could, instead of, unless you really have to take a nature break first, you could, but come out to the hallway outside and we'll gather for a photo. So I really look forward to that. And with that, Carrie, I'm going to gavel this meeting open and turn it over to you for a roll call and a review of agenda today.
Great, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Like yesterday, we're going to go alphabetical by first name. And like yesterday, if I mispronounce your name, please correct me. So we'll start with Albert Cho.
Present. Did you hear me?
Okay, great. Thank you. Angela Montoya Brickmont. Here. Ashley Allen Jones. Here. Barry Hirsch. Not present. Colleen Kokas. Courtney Black. Here. Craig Rinkovich.
Here.
Craig Holland.
Here.
Cynthia Kohler.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Dave Wegner.
Here.
David Zimmer.
Present.
Dennis
Can you hear me?
Randolph.
Here.
David Zimmer is here. Great. Ted.
Actually,
Wait.
David Zimmer is here, but I think that I hope the audio gets fixed. Yeah.
Ted Hennepin, I believe, is absent. Eric Hangen.
Present.
Eric Rothstein.
Present.
George Kelly.
Here.
Gwen Yamamoto Lau. Present. Gwen Keys Fleming.
Here.
I see one. Janet Clements. Here. Jeff Deal.
Present.
Joanne Landau.
Here, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. Carrie Neal here. Lawrence Lujan.
Present.
All right, second one. Lori Collins. Here. Margot Kane. I know he's running late this morning. Marilyn Waite. Matt Brown.
I'm here, thanks.
Phyllis Garcia. Here. Sanjeev Sinha.
Present.
Sonia Favors.
Present.
Sonia's on. Okay, great. Stacy Brown.
Here.
Steve Bonafonte.
Here, good morning.
Morning, Steve. Ted Chapman.
Present.
Tom Carroll.
Present.
Great, Tom. Bill Stanner.
Here.
And Zach Davidson. Oh, I see. All right. And did we get Zach? Or yeah, no, I'm going back to that. But yeah. Mariana Peavy. Press. Sorry, it's my scrolling. And then Zach was a yes or a no. No. Okay. Great. All right. Today we are going to continue our discussion on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And then we will do a picture at some point, as well as lunch after that. And then this afternoon, we are going to be very exciting discussing the proposed water charges, of which we have many before us. So looking forward to that discussion. We will take a short break and we'll come back and as a board discuss those charges and how we want to move forward. And then we've got a little bit of time set aside before public comments to do kind of a wrap up and reflection, and also we'll touch on some of the other topics the board had expressed interest in taking up. So we'll kind of regroup and take stock. Then we'll do public comments and Ed will give us his final thoughts and we'll adjourn at 4. So I think, are we ready to move in? Do we have, we should maybe wait for 2 minutes, right? Or we should wait for our clients for the greenhouse gas reduction fund.
Yeah, I think they're here.
So maybe let me, while we're waiting for Tim and LA to join us, why don't I just kind of tee up what we're trying to accomplish today? First and foremost, we're looking for a vote on the charge and the charge questions. So that's kind of the, we'll start at the end and we'll work back. We are looking to form the 3 working groups and you know, talk through the work process. We want to start with a reflection on what we heard yesterday and spend some time, you know, maybe about a half hour just reflecting on yesterday. And so kind of in between that, based on where we think we are, we'll either move right to a vote, or if we feel we need to do some real-time editing of the charge, we'll do that and then move to a vote. And if we've got our volunteers and we've got our charge voted on, in the remaining time, we'll start, you know, a discussion, and we'll work with Tim and LA to kind of prioritize where we might want to spend the rest of our time.
The only thing I'll add to this is that, as Carrie mentioned, at the end of this session, the idea is that we will have approval to proceed with the work, given the set of charge question that you're going to approve. As a matter of process, what has happened in the past is that the charge questions have evolved once it got to the work groups, because of the fact that once, and that's always been something that this board has accepted as a matter of practice. because once many of you have already served on work groups, once you start digging into answering the questions, obviously, we can't have a perfect foresight in developing the charge questions and having a plan. So you will have that latitude. And I think as we decide on how to approve the charge, I suggest that you put up a motion that allows that to happen, so that you're not stuck with exact words on that page, but really that these are the right categories, these are the right questions, but you are going to leave that to the work groups who are going to be working on those subsets of questions and to refine them further as needed.
And we would expect in that November 17th meeting, and in advance of that, there would be communications that any updates to the charge questions would come before the board on November 17th. And one other thing, as we get into reflections and folks are thinking about how they might want to engage with this charge, it is, as we said, an accelerated timeline. So the work groups would be meeting weekly. They'd be doing a lot of emailing back and forth. And they, the work groups may decide they want to put questions onto the full board for input, for instance, as they're kind of working through the charge questions. And then the work in process. And maybe modifications to the charge questions, November 17th. Second work in process meeting or checking meeting on December 1st, with a goal for December 15th to be the final product, at least for this phase. And the last thing I'll say as we kick off the reflections on the charge questions, I know many folks are eager to dive in and start answering the questions. So let's take a moment before we do that, and let's really think about the charge questions and think about, are they general enough to support lots of different options and the pros and cons that the work group and the board might ultimately recommend. So let me stop. And anything else you want to say?
Yeah, just again, just a reminder to ourselves, if you have questions and you want to have comments, flip up your tent card and
Or raise your hand.
or raise your hand on the screen, virtual hand, and make sure your microphone's on for that.
And I would encourage, especially the newer members, I know it's a lot to come into EFAB, and this is a particularly interesting time to join EFAB because we have so many things before us. So we would really like to hear from all of you. And I remember when I joined, there were, I'm not a water person, and I was like, what do I have to say about water? You each have really important perspectives and expertise. You may come from a different domain, but we heard throughout yesterday, even with opportunity zones and pollution prevention, some of the same issues that you deal with, whether it's water, or, pollutants, or other things, are applicable here too as well. So with that, I see Eric has his card up. We'll call on Eric first, and definitely encourage others who didn't take time. Oh no, your card is down. Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Hi, so for the record, Eric Hangen from University of New Hampshire. A comment and a question. So first of all, I just wanted to amend a statement I made yesterday about item B3 in program structure. I'm loving the wording now. I was reading off of my phone, so George, we're good. And I had a question about B2. Right above that, where there's a number of, which is considering the different project types and sectors and market segments, please discuss, and that has 4 sub items. Some of those sub items say please provide citations to relevant case studies and stuff. And this might be kind of minor, but would it be okay to use literature and case studies across all 4 of those things? Because they'd be pretty useful for all of them.
And I do believe, yes, and maybe, yes, because up at the very top, I think in the second paragraph, we do say that. For each charge question should provide a range of options, including research, literature references, other resources where available. So yes, throughout, Absolutely. And that's a great example of where the work groups may put out a call to the board to say, hey, got any sites for us? Got any reports for us? Crowdsourcing the deliverable.
Since there's a pause, I'll add one additional information. The LA and Tim and EPA and the administration, there are a lot of interest on what work that you're all being asked to do. And as you saw also the comments that came in. So whatever information that we continue to get as a matter of public record will be shared with the work group members so that there will be other resource, other perspectives that we will make sure that you have access to. And of course, as is always the case, that we will have support for you on the work groups to make sure that's where not only I think Carrie is going to be asking you to volunteer to work on groups, but we've always added additional expertise, consultants and others as needed to make sure that you can actually conduct the work that's being asked. And you saw yesterday the model of how I think Ashley talked about the pollution prevention group, where they really tapped into other expertise outside the board. And I think that's something that just so that you don't feel like you're going to be alone in all of this. And Allie and Tim have already committed to me a number of times, because I pushed them on this, is that, and I didn't have to push hard, and they are going to be engaged with you full time. And for Ashley's benefit, that's like how David Wadowski and Allison Ken and others really did a lot of iterative work. So we have a set of clients here that are going to want to do that with you as well.
You stole my word of iteration. I think we're excited about an iterative process, particularly since we're building this in 2 months, and it needs to be iterative. We haven't had time to really finally hone this, so fully embracing that as part of our process here.
Stacy.
Stacy Brown, Freeburg Environmental, for the record. I just wanted to get a little clarification. Yesterday, I don't know if it was Tim or Allie who mentioned hazardous air pollutants as being a component potentially of this charge. And I was thinking about the relevance to the P2 group. As you know, we looked at, in particular, as I mentioned yesterday, smaller businesses that would have a need for equipment upgrades that may not necessarily be related to greenhouse gases, but certainly from the perspective of hazardous air pollutants. I wonder if we can get some clarification from you, whether you feel that type of avenue is something that could be pursued in the charge as well. Thank you.
First, Stace, let me just clarify the question to make sure I heard you. The question is whether projects that would abate hazardous air pollutants could be considered in the charge as a sort of eligible projects, and the board giving counsel on the pros and cons of inclusion of those. Is that correct?
Yes, I took what you guys said yesterday, that because zero emissions, under the definition of zero emissions, hazardous air pollutants fell into that purview. Is that a correct interpretation?
Criteria air pollutants. So the pollutants that are listed under the NAAQS program, there's a reference to section 108 of the Clean Air Act. Now the definition of qualified projects is very broad. So other forms of air pollution is the language, and potentially that could include toxic. But that's something that we'd be happy to actually talk about this, because the statute does talk about greenhouse gases and other forms of air pollution. Yes, absolutely. And as we know, I mean, overburdened communities are overburdened by pollution from toxics and criteria pollution. Those are the localized impacts. Obviously, now the impacts of climate change become also more localized, but we have a lot of information, particularly in EPA, about those effects. So I would invite us to think about this broadly. we would be very happy to have that dialogue precisely because the statute is broad.
I just want to circle back and just reconfirm the definition of zero emission technology talks about the technologies are things that reduce the NAAQS pollutants, what we call the criteria pollutants, the ones that you do National Ambient Air Quality Standards for, not the HAPs, the hazardous air pollutants. But that's only in the definition of zero emission technology. In the general eligible project language, it says other air pollution reduction is an aim, and that is broad language. And I mean, this statute is very brief and broad, and it provides a lot of discretion. So I would certainly, with all these observations about, how hazardous air pollutants are things that stress these communities, certainly invite the board to consider the pros and cons of that in eligible projects.
So I just wanted to clarify. So when you're talking net zero, remember that's the 7 billion.
Correct.
But the definition of qualified projects under the other clause say greenhouse gas, anything that releases greenhouse gases and other forms.
That's what I meant. So like under the 20 billion, what Stacy's discussing could be considered by the board.
Yes.
Hey, just a further clarification, but as I understand the response that Tim gave yesterday is that I think Alia and Tim are also asking you to weigh in on that. Because I think the connector is or. So, but the purpose as we read this is for greenhouse gas reductions. So if you read or, and if the projects or eligible recipients are really going after the other air pollution, the question is, what would you think about that as a criteria for EPA? And what would your advice be? Because you could interpret it that it doesn't have to be greenhouse gases per se, but or, right? Isn't it?
I actually just pulled the statute. It says the term qualified project includes any project, activity, or technology that reduces or avoids greenhouse gas emissions and other forms.
And okay, so it's a
of
co-benefit. Okay.
In partnership with and by leveraging investment from the private sector.
Okay, because if it's an and, I think it's a different set of things as opposed to being an or. So
Zero emissions technologies reduce both greenhouse gases and the other pollutants, for example. But yes, I just wanted to clarify. Thanks for that comment, and because that was in the statute.
Well, and that going to the statute for those that are going to be on the work group, you're going to like memorize that statute. It's not very long.
It's very true.
Yes, it's all in your inbox. George.
George Kelly, Earth Recovery Partners. We heard from Ali and Tim yesterday about what we call the funding stream 1 and then funding streams 2 and 3. And we're just talking about this in terms of the criteria. And obviously funding stream 1 is a lot looser. It says funds that must enable low income and disadvantaged communities to deploy or benefit from zero emission technology. So that's standard. Then for funded streams 2 and 3, you get for qualified projects, and then 8 billion of that 20 is supposed to go to low income and disadvantaged communities. So the question I have for the questions that we have for the board to evaluate is whether those questions should be evaluated within separate buckets relative to these streams. Meaning, do you analyze those questions for funding stream 1 and then analyze those questions for funding streams 2 and 3 separately? Because it could be different results based on the language that we're seeing under this act. And it could be 3 buckets. And as we chatted a little bit, Gary, this morning, you could literally separate the 20 billion in funding streams 2 and 3 into 2 different buckets as well. But it seems like the questions would be answered differently relative to each of those streams.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding, George. The questions as written are good questions, but the way in which the work groups and the board would answer them would take into consideration the 3 funding streams.
You might want to separate it out and literally say, answer questions relative to funding stream one.
Or leave it to the work
Or
groups to
leave-
decide
Yeah,
where
right,
it's
right,
important.
that's
I'm
a
just
question.
being mindful of how much time, but yeah.
Yeah.
We want to be mindful of everybody's time. But I do think, and while no decisions have been made on how to categorize, right? The first fund has different recipients, and I think that will necessarily lead to a different kind of analysis. Also, I mean, it would also apply to eligible recipients, right? But that question about the state and local governments that qualify and tribal nations that qualify for funding, I think there will be areas where they'll need to be separate analysis.
And also though, just as we talked yesterday about making sure that we think about the interaction between this provision and other provisions of the IRA, I would advise us not to stovepipe the three funds so they don't see the potential interrelation between them as well. So maybe keeping the question as it is, but inviting the work group to sort of explicitly break out and explore each funding stream separately might be the best approach.
And in the interest of thinking about, what we're going to vote on, if it's important to the board, we could add a sentence at the end of the second paragraph indicating if the board, feels it's important to, I don't know the right words, but maybe to think about those words. Yeah. That's a great point, George. Thank you. As you're answering the questions, point out any.
I actually like that to formalize that and actually put that in, George. So if you could just give us a sentence or so, just it looks like Ally's actually, yeah,
Yes,
we can just add that in so that.
because we're gonna real time editing. This is excellent. I do think we have heard, I think in the work group, when the charge questions were being developed, we did hear from some of this, state perspectives that this was going to be important, especially for the 7, which is state, local, tribe, eligible recipients. Sanjeev.
Good morning, everybody. So last night I was doing some research after our dinner. And just from a practical standpoint, spending, let's say that EPA starts giving the money away starting January 1st, 2023, it seems very ambitious to me. But you're still looking at only 18 months, 19 months time frame. $27 billion over 18 months is essentially $50 million a day, or roughly $600 per second, which is the consulting rate of George Kelly. The other thing that I noticed is that, prior to the IRA bill, and especially since the passing, most of the politicians that have actually pushed for it really positioned it as here is the upcoming National Green Bank, kind of tying it back to the public comments that we received earlier. So I'm really curious if the exercise that we are going through, do you expect us to put a lot more emphasis on the Green Bank, National Green Bank aspect of it? How is EPA reacting to that? Because at the end of the day, you are reporting to the legislature, and they have a certain expectation in mind for the money that is coming in. How important is that? Thank you.
So I mean, thank you, Sanjeev. EPA is an open book. We said that we're open to options. That might be one of the options, but actually we are looking at the text and we have heard multiple views on what the text means in terms of eligible recipients. And that's exactly like what we wanted guidance from. How could you read the statute given the experience of all of you representing very diverse views of how things are working on the ground? So the agency doesn't have a specific way of implementing. That's what we're seeking guidance on. But obviously the timeframes will also dictate how we're going to implement this. It also means for us that your guidance can help us figure out the teams that we need to build, to figure out how many competitions we need to run. All those things will be defined internally according to recommendations on the substance, actually. So there's no specific vision right now. I understand that sometimes we have worked with the EFAB providing a concept paper. And in this instance, we really want to be very open, reading the text of the statute, focusing on the elements that Tim went through that reflect what Congress is wanting us to do. How could we possibly implement it in a way that fulfills those purposes that we see there?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate this point because it is from a EFAB process perspective. This is sort of unprecedented in that the agency is bringing the statutory language and asking for your advice about the balancing of all the interests that are reflected in the statute. And what you just articulated is perhaps one of the viewpoints that one of the commenters or two made yesterday. But you also heard an alternative perspective from another commenter yesterday. So in the written comments as well. So what I urge you to do is really focus on what LA and Tim has put forth, which is a very open and straightforward set of charges asking for your advice and best consideration of, and I think Eric Hangen yesterday also talked about balancing and talking about balancing all the criteria that people are talking about. So I think we can continue to visit these, but I think that's a work group. As a matter of process, the work group should actually look at all the competing or complementary criteria that's being put forth and consider and make recommendations. So that I kind of ask you to kind of hold those things for the work group process.
I just want to, I think it's worth, Sanjay, I heard you sort of asking a question, which is there this single vision? Is that, and I think I want to be clear, the answer is, first, we are bound by Congress. Congress, it's the legislative branch that gives us instructions, but we went through the statute provides optionality for us to pursue the best policy possible. And that's what we're asking for your advice on the best structures, the best approaches we can take, the pros and cons. I don't think there was a single vision of what the legislature intended beyond this text of the statute. And I think that gives us option to explore the questions that are in the charge with you and get your best counsel as to how the agency should execute this.
We're going to go to Marilyn, who's virtual, and then we'll go to Craig and then Jeff.
Hi, everyone. So I'm not sure if this is probably not the forum to discuss the substantial issues, but given the last comment, I thought I would just add that indirect recipients can include depository institutions. And just for those who may not be as embedded in the financial sector, the credit union capacity in the United States is about 2 trillion, community banks 4 trillion, minority depository institutions 300 billion and growing, so on and so forth. So this is actually peanuts when you think about the capacity of community-focused lenders who are embedded and serving both low income and other disadvantaged communities, and can do so for the green economy and the purposes of greenhouse gas reduction. So I would just keep that in mind. Of course, we will get into the options as we respond to the request, but I just wanted to make that known for those who are not as embedded in the system. Thanks.
Thank you, Marilyn, and great information. Craig?
Thank you, Craig Holland with the Nature Conservancy, for the record. So I would like to make a potentially friendly amendment to the approach section, or at least suggest it for discussion by the group. There seems to be a heavy emphasis on convening roundtables of folks that are specifically in the financial sector. So I suspect these would be direct recipients of the money that would then go out to the actual projects or the actual ultimate recipients and beneficiaries of this money. And I think we would be remiss in not including folks that are potential beneficiaries of this money in these roundtable discussions, and to ensure equitable access to these discussions. And I think, as is customary with environmental justice activities, we compensate people for their time within these discussions. And I just like to, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but figured I'd mention it again, just specifically within this approach section, because it does not explicitly call out beneficiaries as part of participating in these roundtables. Thanks.
Actually, Craig, thanks for reminding us about that. There was a lot of conversation, I think, that you generated after the meeting yesterday. And I think that's something that we're going to take back and as a matter of record to talk about within EPA. And but I think the conversation for the work group, I think most folks that we've tapped into at the EFAB were being compensated by somebody, including all of ourselves. So, but it's a very relevant comment that I think it's more broadly applicable, and I'll take it as such. I hope you don't mind me saying that. So, thank you.
Jeff and then Angela, I believe.
Thank you. Jeff Deal, Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. This is really a question about a bit of clarification, if you can provide it. I appreciate that there's a lot of limits, but when the statute talks about commitment of funds, from your perspective, is that a commit? Do you believe that that is a commitment from EPA to recipients and subrecipients, or is that a commitment from those recipients and subrecipients to projects? I think that's a very key component of
Just to clarify the question, commitment of funds in which provision are we talking about?
Well, of any of them actually. So in terms of, are these funds, when you look at the word commitment of funds, is that really about projects, or is it about commitment to recipients from EPA?
I'm wondering where the term exists in the statute. Is it that regarding the timing of distribution of funding, it needs to be committed? There's a
Yes.
So it means that the funds are available for EPA to award until that date. So we must have run all the competitions, singular or plural, by that date.
So it's really commitment from you of those funds going out to recipients and subrecipients as opposed
Yes,
to actual
I don't think unless others have, and we're obviously consulting with our Office of General Counsel, but it doesn't, I don't think we're reading this, it's our obligation, but I don't think we're reading this as all this funding must be entirely deployed by the network and
that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that.
However, obviously, one question that we'd really like to know that we discussed yesterday is how rapidly can all these stakeholders in the channels, right?
Yes.
Deploy funding to actually see those projects happening and benefiting communities. We'd like to know that. But we read this 2024 deadline as our obligation, and then the agency will continue to administer the grants, and we have administrative funds available through 2031.
And again, I guess part of that would also be the work group should consider about how you would actually, once you not only award, but then how you deploy or draw down of those funds by the recipients and through whatever channels that you end up setting up.
Great kind of elaboration on how the question should be considered. We're going to Angela and then Craig and then Ashley. Angela Brookmont, Denver Water. My question is about what the deliverable looks like to you. What would success look like? And I know you talked about a range of options with advantages and disadvantages, which is different than a fully formed program. And I'm wondering what, if you were to describe the perfect package that we would deliver to you, what would it look like? Would it Would it be literally following all the questions and different models and pros and cons, or something more like the program that you would launch, or something in between?
So, well, thank you for the question. I mean, we do want options in terms of pros and cons, but I will say in terms of logistics, we would actually, or let me take this back. A member of the work group that actually helped us nail down with this proposed charge also mentioned, you need to do your job with it. We will give you all the information and you will learn from us, from our actual experience, but there's a limit to, with all that information, you need to put the program together. So that's why the analysis of the various options. We heard that great ideas yesterday that reflect different visions, different trade-offs. It would be great to have that information, but in terms of logistics, we were hoping to work together with you all to make this as easy as possible for you, particularly because we only have 2 months. So to figure out, being always in constant communication, but also figure out a way for you to be able to do this work and help fulfill this charge in a way that doesn't create an enormous burden for you. So this is not about, at least this is not the way we're seeing this, and we're open to a very detailed discussion, not about writing a huge report. This is why we try to come up with, well, maybe you can collect references that we can start absorbing. And we would like to have that discussion of what is the deliverable? Is it a short memo with a lot of attachments or information that you all already know from your fields? What's the most efficient way to get this substantive input to us in a way that doesn't create an enormous burden for you?
And the work groups will be iterating continually with LA and Tim to kind of nail down what that looks like. But I think it's such an important point. It's not the program design, it's input so EPA can do the program design. Craig
Rankovich Baird, for the record. Tim and Allie, can you give me some clarification or just guidance on section 134 under administrative costs, I guess 1C, where it says retain, manage, recycle, and monetize all repayments and other revenue. Can you just give me your thoughts on how that will work? Are the monies supposed to come back to the direct and indirect, recipients and being recycled, or how do you foresee, just in terms of, is this a revolving type fund that's supposed to be out there forever, similar to the SRF, or is it something different, and can it be one and done in terms of the use of funds for projects they don't need to be recycled or reused? And I have a second question after that.
First of all, just for the record clarity, it's actually under B, subsection B, use of funds. It's a term for the instructions to the eligible recipients. So that these are instructions to the grantee of from the funds in how they should use the funds. And really, we have the language of the statute, and the language of the statute says that the recipient shall retain, manage, recycle. The words you are saying, to ensure continued operability. Is continued operability in perpetuity? I think that's I think that's something to advise us on. If that needs to be in perpetuity, or just needs to be something that has some recycling, so it continues to use the fund. But it's money going back to that direct grantee. It's instruction to the direct grantee. And as we sort of pointed out yesterday, it's situated there as a ambition on statute with the other four that we pulled out, and it really takes balancing. And I think the council we're asking, the reason we keep going to balance questions and pros and cons from the board, is how much do we balance that instruction with other instructions to make sure that you're building capacity, or in other instructions to make sure that you're getting this money to work in places it wouldn't be able to work otherwise. That we recognize that there is some tension between these ambitions in the statute, and we're looking through your council and how to balance between them.
I will also add that would also depend on how financial assistance is defined, right? If these are grants, it's different from whether these are loans. So just thinking through different ways, and we've heard also internally, like in the agency, different ways of possibly reading this provision. The recycling requirements, should this apply only to direct investment, or should this actually apply to indirect investment or not? And how could this look like? Some folks have suggested, well, maybe there could be a revolving fund structure. Others say, well, no, actually, maybe this could just be the way that the intermediaries operate. So it would be very helpful for us to have options from your own expertise of what are different ways and pros and cons for EPA's reading of these provisions.
And just one other comment with respect to the charge. With respect to the three work groups, I'm just looking at, the 1B in terms of program efficiency, and also the 2A eligible recipients. And my just general comment is, should they be flipped, and should they be should the eligible recipients section 2A be in work group 1, and should the structure questions be in work group 2? Just a general comment.
Yes, so I thought all of those principles that are currently in the first bucket could help inform how we design the program, but this is one of those areas where there are common elements. So I think we would be very open to working with you all to figure out what's the best way to streamline this, because there are a lot of connections, and actually.
And I think one of the ways that we thought about dealing with there's overlap throughout all three, right, is that the leadership on the work groups would coordinate weekly, and you'd be surfacing up issues in your individual work groups, and then coordinating across and bringing things back. And you may convene the entire group, as needed to work through overlapping questions. Ashley?
Hi, Ashley Ellen Jones, IT Capital for the record. I wanted to talk just a bit more about the approach section. I think that from my perspective, that's one we haven't spent quite as much time on, although I haven't. And I really appreciate Craig's comment about participants and paying participants. So let me just actually just clarifying. We have 1, 2, and 3 objective. Which section are you talking about? Sorry, just the bottom line approach section of the entire charge.
It says the preamble. Where's it the bottom?
It's a very bottom, the last paragraph of the
Bottom
entire
of page
document.
3, approach. Convene expert roundtables or listening sessions.
That's what Craig was talking
Yeah, that's what Craig Collin was talking about, right?
Okay, we should get comments on that because I thought we had an FRN. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. Am I okay? So first big thought, which we've talked about that isn't reflected in the draft charge, is the literature review. So from an approach perspective, I would say step 1, literature review, right? Each of these committees will or groups will do a comprehensive literature review on and reference the best documents, right, point you all in the right direction on the expertise that's out there. And then I think that would be, from my perspective, that would sort of be phase 1 of the work, so that we also know what's out there and agree amongst ourselves the best points of reference for our own work. And then in terms of convening groups, from my perspective, we did suggests that we should talk to organizations that either give grants or loans, right? So Craig, to your point, and this is a question, right? So I think we can access many of the organizations that give grants and loans, a good cross section of them. The way I interpreted your point was the next level of input, which is the recipients of the loans, the recipients of the grants. I don't know whether we have time or capacity to do that level. I've done that level of work and given out, right, Visa cards or the whole range of incentives to bring people to the table. I would say, given our time frame, we need to think about and be intentional about talking to people that have done those types of convenings already. And I think we also need to be intentional about perhaps the types of say if there's a geographic in terms of who we speak to, right? Who we reach out to. Are we trying to cover the whole country? Are we trying to cover specific organizations that work in census tracts? Or I think those types of clarifications on approach might be helpful just as a frame for all of our groups so that we don't just spread too wide in our limited time.
So I think one of the approach for this approach is to perhaps another. I don't want to keep on punting it to the work groups, but what I suspect with this particular set of activities is that the work groups will have to really determine how much and under what scope you could do this, given the timeline. So that's one of the reasons that I think I replied to Craig. When you go out to the community, if you are talking about listening session and on the ground with communities, I think Craig's comments are very relevant. But if you're having roundtable with folks like us in the table, Craig's comment is not necessarily. And so I think, but that'll be determined, I hope, in the work group process as to what would be most relevant input. And when you get to that, I think I'm hoping at least that Karen and I are just having a sidebar, that you would be able to come back and let us know what is actually feasible and how we would do that for a given question that you're going to use this approach, right? So, yeah, go ahead, Craig.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you very much for clarifying that, Ashley.
Yes, thank you. I totally missed that.
Really appreciate that. I like Ashley's idea of doing a lit review first. And I think maybe what would come out of that lit review would be potential example projects and example structures at the community level that we might want to probe a little bit further on based on what might be or not be available publicly, which could help maybe narrow or guide any outreach that we might do to those specific community organizations based on what we find in the process of that lit review.
And encourage the work group to talk to Ellie and Tim about other things that EPA will be doing, because we don't have to take it all on. You'll be doing other things as well.
Exactly. You should not feel that this is your responsibility. It's ours. And as I mentioned yesterday, environmental justice is a key priority for Administrator Regan. So we are also going to engage with environmental justice organizations and be very intentional about it. It's just we're still getting prepared.
And if I could just follow up really quickly, that just a clarifying point. I was actually the one that added the specific focus on this approach. And the reason I did that wasn't to exclude the other possible audiences. It's just that that's an arena where we can really bring value, because EPA doesn't necessarily have those connections. And that's certainly what we found in the P2 group. So, maybe we need to adjust the language a little bit. I don't know. I don't want to appear that we're just talking to private equity and venture capital people. That wouldn't be an appropriate representation of the charge.
Eric, did you want to join in the conversation?
Yeah, I like the direction the conversation is taking overall. I think that starting with a lit review is a great idea. I want to highlight how many conversations and roundtables and how much research has been done with beneficiary groups and with groups in between. And I can say that because I've personally been doing that for 5 years. So, so like there's a treasure trove of conversations, and I think we need to figure out a way to get that in. I mean, just like I have a question, I guess, about like how to do that, but like just as one example, like I've had this project that I've been doing for the Kresge Foundation, where I went out and interviewed 75 organizations that are all community-based organizations. We talked about, what are you doing to promote climate equity, and what are your challenges, and what would most help you to scale up your work and stuff like that. So like, and I'm hardly the only person having this, right? There's, dozens of other people doing that kind of work. So I think we need to pull that in. I think that's really important. And so I think it's, I think it is unlikely that we have to go out and have like travel to a neighborhood somewhere, because other people have been doing that, including me, for a long time. And add on to
If I could
Ash-
just, before you move on to the second part of that, in terms of work group process and deliverable, like that's one of the first things, you should just start pulling the resources in, and you can organize them later, but I think it's really, really, I think Ally and Tim are trying to get up to speed as possible, so that'll be part of that iterative work, and towards the end, you'll figure out how to organize it and polish it up and what have you.
Yeah, okay. And Ashley, I appreciated your comment about that last sentence, because I was going to comment on it. I would love to broaden that a little bit more. I certainly see the relevance, but I mean, there's also like government programs that deliver capital to emerging fund managers, and I mean, like the CDFI fund is the first one that comes to mind, but there's a lot of other vehicles that have been. So I feel like we should be.
So a question for, related to this very specifically, are the words okay, or would you like to amend the words? Are you talking more general of process?
I would want to amend the words lest it feel like EPA is instructing us that the only way to do this is a VC model.
Write them out or email us or.
Sure.
Yeah.
We're very open, Eric, to amendments, absolutely.
Yeah, my recommendation is if the three of you could suggest quick edits so we can make it at break, that would be great.
And maybe that's what we'll do. We'll schedule, we'll do an additional, add a break in so we can do some of this wordsmithing and figure out how to get it up on the screen so we can look at the attractive changes. Who, do we have anyone else? Marilyn?
Yes, hi again. So that's so funny. Eric just made that comment because I was actually going to caution on the lit review side. In so much as, for example, there will be a lot more literature on CDFIs than MDIs. And so I would just say, yes, lit review, but I would caution around anchoring bias, because some organizations have had less capital and less resources to formally write up capacity and experience. So I would just also kind of caveat that.
Marilyn, that's a great caution and a great reminder. And I think the work groups can bring in other ideas that maybe don't have the long list of sites that some of the other things that the work group will surface has. Do we have any other? Lori, yes.
Just a small comment on the approach section where we talk, it starts off saying convening. I wonder if we could include in that some one-on-one interviews, because I just think that might be more realistic and also very helpful and faster.
So at the break, you're going to work with your colleagues all on that side of the room to propose some fixes to the language. Great. Any other feedback or discussion? Because if not, this may be a time to take a 15-minute break. Let's, have folks think about language changes, and we can discuss those and move to a vote after the discussion, and we can move on. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it is shall we say 10:15? Is that enough time, 10:15, or do you want to do 10:20? You just need some time to write. 10:20, we'll do 10:20 Mountain Time. We'll reconvene. And for those of you that are making suggestions, make sure Ally and Tim have them. Are you guys going to do the master document? Yeah, okay, great, thank you. And any of you virtually who want to provide input, could you provide it to Tara in the chat or by email? Thank you.
Please continue to ignore us. We need more time. 1 minute.
Thank you, everybody, for being patient as we did some real-time edits to the charge. So I think we are ready to have it. We're gonna share the charge, the track changes, and discuss if needed. And maybe, LA, do you wanna, can we make that a little bigger? Tara's working on that. Yeah, a lot bigger, because we probably don't need the comments, right? Perfect. And then I'll let you walk us through.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, he's gonna do that.
Thank you. And Alea will walk us through the edits.
Thank you. So in the preamble, we have added one sentence that you can see right there that acknowledges that we have one set of charge questions, but the answers might need to be differentiated depending on the funding stream. And this came up in the context, in particular, of the 7 billion versus the other two funding streams. So we're just acknowledging that EPA welcomes feedback on specific considerations. And I think that's a good way to balance the need to take this as one charge as opposed to 3 different charges, but just acknowledge the differences, like specific things that are specific to one of or each of the funding streams. So that's the first change. And then at the very end of the document, this is the collective work of many of you right there who suggested we add some revisions to the approach so that we're more inclusive. So let me actually read this. We have suggested taking out the specific reference that only talks about private equity, VC, to add more stakeholders. So conveners, researchers, others who have engaged in this ecosystem, ranging from end user beneficiaries to community-based organizations to investors. So taking the earlier sentence, but make it more inclusive and broad, with a focus on reaching audiences not otherwise readily able to access internal EPA staff. Take reference from a range of models that could be used to deliver capital to emerging fund managers, including VC, philanthropy, government approaches. So we hope that captures the discussion we just had, where we can make this exercise a lot more inclusive. Now, we recognize that this is a very short period of time, so EFAB is asking us to provide a public comment process. Now, can you scroll down, Tara? Sorry about that. We separated this sentence. That's it, last sentence. EFAB asks EPA to provide a public comment process where a variety of stakeholders may provide input to ensure that EFAB doesn't miss critical perspectives and viewpoints, with a comment deadline of December 1st. So this tries to crystallize that this is gonna be a collective exercise. It's not your job to convene these diverse stakeholders. We would, of course, use your help, particularly with those sectors and experts that EPA doesn't regularly engage, but we actually can help, particularly on the community side and with your expertise to help convene. So this is going to be something that we are going to help with, and we're happy to do that.
Ashley Allen. Ollie, could you just go up to the last paragraph? I think there's one sentence that repeats itself. I'm being really nitpicky here, but We, in the opening sentence, it says orchestrate specific conversations that reach audiences not otherwise readily accessible to internal EPA staff. And then down below,
Oh, okay.
it also says with the focus on reaching audiences not otherwise available. So we just need it in one place or the other, but not both, I think.
I think we could delete the orchestrate specific conversations and just keep the
Yeah.
new revised version if everybody's okay. Or yes, Sarah, would you mind doing this? I also want it on my end, but if you could strike the sentence, the second sentence, orchestrate a specific conversation that reach audiences not otherwise readily accessible.
Because we say it below
Yes,
in the rewrite. Thank you.
no, the second one, not the red line, the second sentence on their approach. That, yes, thank you, perfect.
Lori. I believe the first thing we wanted to say under approach was start with literature review. That's up at the top in the preamble. Okay. So we didn't we feel like we needed in two places if folks are okay with that. Any other comments or reactions? Anyone online? Any comments in the online, Andrew, or in the chat? No? Okay. Dave.
I just have a process. Dave Wagner, National Academy of Science and Woolford Engineering. A process question. Are you planning to circle back with the House and the Senate committees to talk to them about how you're going to approach this at all?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
We will be doing engagement, yes.
As a former staffer, it would be much appreciated.
By the way, they've asked for links to this webcast as well, so I'm assuming that people are also watching us live, just for you, Dave.
Lori and Ashley, I see you still have your cards up. Do you anything in the chat?
Cynthia just thanked all of you for doing this.
Are we ready to have a motion and a second and a vote? All right, can I ask for a motion? Is any instructions on the motion, Ed?
None other than what I've already mentioned this morning, just to allow some flexibility for the work group to refine and modify as they get into the work. And the reason is obviously because the time that's required to get this done.
I'll make a motion.
So he wants that to be included.
And we removed it? Or is it included?
Yeah, so there, Joanne, and then Albert, Albert has also joined that he has raised his hand. Great, so why don't we go to Joanne first?
Yeah. Joanne?
Joanne?
I'm sorry, yes.
Did you want to make a comment? You have your hand raised. Oh, to vote. We're not, but we need a motion.
Right, we're not voting.
We're not voting yet.
Can you hear me?
Okay, got it. Okay,
So just to clarify that reference on venture capital, it is included, right? In the same way that it was, now it's just part of the red line. Just wanted to make sure, in case this is meant in a different way.
Right. Actually, could you just put it back up and I will ask Barry to review to make sure that his comments are addressed.
We replaced it
She replaced it, that's right.
with a broader statement.
So will you elaborate that for Barry?
maybe just read the
Yeah,
last
read the
sentence. It looks like it says, take reference from a range of models that could be used to deliver capital to emerging fund managers, including venture capital, philanthropic, and government approaches. So it was, I think the intent was to broaden. Not be a final, all encompassing list, but a, illustrative.
Let's see what the chat says. And Tara, Margot's asking if she can get a copy of the edited charge via email. Yeah, but I think what she's asking for it now because they can't seem to be helping us. So why don't we pause until Barry and Margot weighs in on this. This is a virtual new world. And we appreciate everyone's patience.
I thought that the edits are inclusive and they address the investor community, but please let us know.
So Barry and Margot, I hope at least you could hear me, and if you could give any indication of your acknowledgement that you've seen this, and we don't have any further comments, that would be great, because I think there are folks in the room who are prepared to make a motion for a vote on the charge.
Ed, can you guys hear me okay?
I see Margot on the screen.
Oh, you can't hear me though. Hold on.
Oh,
Can you
it's
guys
not
hear me?
us.
Hello?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I don't want to hold this up. I've only seen what was on the screen, so not the full doc, which is why I asked for it as an email. And so I'm comfortable going ahead. I just had a question about that one last sentence about emerging fund managers. Is that phrase in there for a particular reason?
The phrase emerging fund managers.
Our group just thought, Margot, that we wanted to be intentional about reaching people that are harder to reach for these conversations, in line with the broader charge. Just right, not necessarily honing in on usual suspects, and working intentionally to find those that might be not established CDFIs or not established grantors, and including them in the conversation.
So I guess that I don't have any quibble with having emerging fund managers be part of the conversation, but I think we are running a risk here of prioritizing intermediaries over communities, and we need the intermediaries, right? We need them to be healthy in order to deliver this funding to communities, but I think that range of models that could be used to deliver capital to the end of that sentence should be to communities that are hard to reach, not to emerging fund managers. That's not the purpose of the funding. Emerging fund managers may be needed to reach some hard to reach communities, but I don't think we should presuppose that that's the end recipient. I guess that's how I read that sentence.
I agree with that. Yep. I would just, I mean, it's basically just the rest of the. Actually,
Could you speak into your microphone?
Yeah, deliver capital to communities. Margaret, let's see.
To communities,
deliver
maybe
capital
including through, we
To
can say
communities,
private
including
equity, philanthropic government, and other emergent intermediary strategies.
I like the
Could you
word
put that in the
emerging fund
chat, Margo?
managers. I like the word emerging fund managers. I agree that the capital to should be the recipient, not the intermediary, but I would say including the emerging fund managers. And I think the list could be longer. So I don't know if we want to be, if the sentence should be much longer, but I would actually add more categories. But emerging fund managers tend to be disproportionately women and people of color.
Yep.
And that might be part of what we're trying to get at here. And also, tend to come from more low-income backgrounds, et cetera, because of the access to capital barriers. So I think having a list of a more inclusive, of calling out that the intermediaries themselves, we should listen to those that actually represent those communities somehow is also important. I don't know if emerging fund managers I don't think it's the only way of articulating that. So we might want to add other words in there, including, representing intermediaries that represent the community served.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Marilyn. And I fully agree that community-based representation and diversity at the intermediary level is essential. And that will mean, therefore, that the application should be cognizant that emerging fund managers without deeply established track records may be applying and should be eligible recipients. So, but I feel like that's a slightly different conversation. And I agree with your statement, and I think any of the eligible applicants should have that community representation, inclusive of, first-time or emerging fund managers. But I don't know if I don't fully know where that lives.
So for Margo and Marilyn, we don't want to answer the questions, but we want to have the charge, accurately represent the approach. Could you recommend and write into the chat some edits, since we are trying to real-time edit and take a vote, unless others have? Lori?
I would just make a motion that we replace emerging fund managers with communities, as Margo had originally suggested. And then, because emerging funds is a very specific term, I think that.
Well, I think Margo had recommended communities that could be used to, communities to deliver capital or through.
Well, I think I'm hearing two things. One is that terminology, emerging fund managers, which I think is a very specific term in the financial world. And then the second piece is where we say including venture capital, philanthropic, and government entities, maybe add one or two things to that list. But the emerging fund managers language, I think, may be problematic. So I would just, for my portion, recommend we replace that language with the word communities.
I think that if that's agreeable to everyone, including Margo, I think that'll fix the problem.
And it doesn't, I mean, broadly speaking, if we have, including, you could even put private in place of venture capital, private philanthropic or commercial philanthropic and government approaches is even broader than venture capital, because it might, I mean, that's what's, the intent is just sort of commercial. But then
we could also just delete everything after the word community.
Margo has put in
private
her suggestion.
My issue
from a
is
range
that
of models that could be used to deliver capital to a diverse range of communities, including private equity and venture capital, philanthropic and government approaches. And Sonia Favors asked us to please delete after communities. And Barry Hirsch says that he was referring to the last sentence in approach, and if our intent is that broader fund reference is elsewhere, it's okay. His comment would have been addressed. And Barry asked private equity was removed as a question mark, and he says, I agree with broad list of the many types of funds and capital available to communities.
So somebody had a suggestion instead of venture capital to put private and remove venture capital, not private equity, just private. Private, philanthropic, and government approaches.
So can I make a suggestion, and it's also in the chat, to
And then
remove
private
everything
should-
after
would
including?
include other things, right?
Remove, so private, philanthropic, and government approaches. So Tara, after venture, also remove capital. Okay. So let's
but
read
philanthropic
the
is
sentence and
private.
make sure
Sorry.
everybody
Sorry,
agrees.
Carrie.
Take reference from a range of models that could be used to deliver capital to a diverse range of communities. And it's meant to be through, right? Because we have including now. Through private, philanthropic, and government approaches.
Marilyn says philanthropic is private.
You might say
All right,
private,
guys.
private
All
capital
right.
markets.
You know what, in
or-
the financial world, I don't know, again,
We can't really
We
hear
can't
you.
hear you,
Yeah.
Ashley.
I just said that to Eric. I said, we're gonna now talk about how philanthropic is private, so agreed. But that's why I said commercial instead of
Can we just
private,
delete?
but I think it works
Can we
either
delete?
way.
Sorry, I don't know.
I think we're talking about three general broad categories of capital. And when you say private capital, in the finance world, the general perception is that that's a more commercially oriented capital versus foundations, which is private capital, but is more.
So private and government approaches.
Including but not limited to.
Including but not limited to
Hey,
private
can
and
we
government
delete,
approaches.
please?
How
Can
about
we,
private
can we go
returns
and
seeking
delete? Can I, Sonia and, sorry, Sonia and myself have requested that we just delete
Trying not to have
everything after
the perfect be
including.
the enemy of the good, because we have a lot of work to do and this is meant to be illustrative.
I'd like to make a motion that we go with what we have right there. I think private cap philanthropic, so I'll make a motion that we go with this.
Hi, can we delete after the
Yes,
word
fine.
communities? That I think we can all agree to. I think those who work in philanthropy would probably disagree with the other, and it might take a long time to find a consensus.
All right, we have a motion on the floor from Lori,
I was supposed to approve the whole charge now.
the whole charge.
I will second it.
Eric seconds. Sorry, Sanjeev, I didn't see you there.
Are
you guys hearing Marilyn's
comments? Is that
Are you hearing-
inclusive of Marilyn's comment? Yeah, that was my
Eric, can I
question.
just flag one thing? So when I was editing, I just updated the date to today. I don't know if that was appropriate, but I realized I only did it on the footer, not on the header of the document. Just like this red line happened today.
Thank you.
That's what changed.
Hi,
Hi, guys. Are you-
Further discussion? I see no further discussion in the room.
sorry,
unless
Carrie.
Lori-
Actually,
Carrie,
Marilyn
sorry.
was saying that she didn't think that we responded to the chat or the voices on the chat, so I guess I can't, I thought we did.
So Marilyn, do you want to come off mute and make
Can
any
you hear me?
comments or recommendations?
I'm guessing the room is not hearing us.
I can hear you, Marilyn, but I'm on the Zoom. So maybe the room's audio
The room is not,
We cannot hear Marilyn, we could hear Margot.
Oh, that's so weird.
Marilyn, do you
Mark-
want to
We can
talk
hear
and
you
I'll
now,
repeat
Marilyn.
it? Oh, now they can hear you.
Oh, that's so weird. So, yeah, so both Sonia and I have been, we've been asking in the chat and vocally, if we could just remove everything that's after the word communities. So we don't qualify it and we leave it open to the working group as the elegant solution.
And I third that recommendation.
Heads are nodding in the room, agreeing to that,
I think that makes sense.
and virtually. Okay,
And David Zimmer's nodding his head.
all right, so we're gonna remove that. Done. After two, we need an A. Okay.
Carrie, just one last thing I'd like to, if I can, modify Lori's motion to include what Ed was discussing about the work groups have flexibility to address questions as they see fit in an interactive process with EPA.
Yes, so that's in the motion, won't be in the words of the charge, but process.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay,
So Lori moved and Jeff modified, and so if people could second Jeff's motion, that would be great.
Seconded Jeff's motion.
great. Thank you, Craig. Okay. Any further discussion? We ready to vote? All right. All in favor of accepting the charge as amended, including process for modification, say aye.
Aye.
All right. We have a majority.
I see people, David Zimmer, did you vote?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. I am in agreement.
All right, great. So just as a just as a process matter, you do have a form in your packet. You still have to fill that out, those of you who are in the room, and leave it for inside of this one. Oh, so that's for the final one. Okay, so now I'm
Jumping the gun.
Jumping the gun here. All right, so I
By 2
apologize.
months.
Yeah, geez.
Whew. Thank you, everyone. Joanne, do you have I see your hand is still up. But that was voting. Okay, great. All right. Thank you, board. That was a lot, but it was very important to get it right so that we can now partner with our EPA colleagues. So let's turn our attention to a call for volunteers, and then if we have time, we may spend a little bit of time on some of the questions in our remaining time. So we are looking for a small but mighty, this was the theme yesterday, a small but mighty group of folks to engage in each of the 3 groups, which I just had up. Let's see here. It's objectives is group 1. Group 2 is the program structure. And group 3 is execution, reporting, and accountability. We are looking for no more than 5 volunteers for each group. And once we have those groups, Ed and I will work on the leadership questions for each group in consultation with the volunteers. And the leadership will coordinate amongst the 3. We know there's a lot of coordination. We expect weekly or multiple times a week engagement for the work group. And Ed and I will then also be working with you and LA and Tim to make sure we're bringing things back to the full board. So if you're not one of the small but mighty team members digging in over the next 2 months, don't be concerned that your voice won't be heard or you won't have input. You absolutely will. I'm sure work groups will be reaching out to the board, asking for input as they go along. So with that, can I start to see how do we want to do this?
Yeah, and so just want to plug this again, that I urge all of you to participate as you can. And I know that we have a set of water charges that'll be forthcoming this afternoon. But the water charges, as I understand it, I'm going to look over there at the water folks. The timeline on it is not as intense and critical right now. So you can still participate in those groups as the board decides to take on charge from the water group. So I want to just remind everyone that it's not a one or another at this point. And then, of course, this is really, really important to EPA and to the federal government and the whole, to just tackling the climate crisis. It's really, really important, and you are being engaged by Ellie and Tim on behalf of the Administrator Regan's office and Administrator Regan himself to give him advice on this. So I would encourage oversubscription so that we hope we don't have to go looking for as a DFO looking for volunteers. There you
But
go.
we will, if
Yeah.
we have to. So if we could have folks in the room put up their cards and folks online, either raise your hand or put in the chat, anyone who would like to volunteer. And I'm going to start in the room with Eric, and then I'm just going to actually
Just
go.
please your name, raise your hands.
Yeah, raise your hands.
Yes.
Okay, so Eric,
Yeah, for the record, I guess, do I do the for the record thing again, or does it not matter? No. Okay, it doesn't matter. All right, so I'll volunteer for. I'm happy to serve on all of them. I'm probably especially interested in number 2, but I'm super interested in the whole overall charge. And
2, but willing to join 1 and 3. Excellent.
yes,
Ashley,
Ditto Eric. Ditto Eric.
ditto Eric. 2, willing to join 1 and 3. Stacy,
Yeah, I would say the same. I think I prefer 2, but I'll help out anywhere.
2 will help out anywhere. Dave,
I'll go for 1.
1. Excellent. Lori,
Either 2 or 1. So
2.
probably 2 is a priority.
2 or 1, 2 is the priority. Sensing oversubscription on 2.
Hate to pile on here, but I think my expertise is best suited to 2.
2. Okay, great. Ted, 1 or 2. Marianne, 1 or 3. Great, we got a 3. Jeff,
Yeah, I guess in order of preference, 2, 3, and 1.
2, 3, 1. Gwen,
1, but willing to serve on 2 or 3.
1, willing to serve 2 or 3. Dennis,
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Excellent. Craig, 2. Phyllis, 3. Excellent. George,
2, 1, 3.
2, 1, 3. Sanjeev,
1.
1. And then on the line, I can't see the chat. So let me just repeat that. Cynthia Kohler is interested in group 1. Margot, 1 or 2. Okay, great. Oh, Angela, did I miss you? I'm so sorry.
All right, the slate 1.
Great, Angela 1, fantastic.
And me too, but I'm best suited for 1.
Janet for 1, terrific. We still have cards up. Lawrence,
1 and 2.
1 and 2, excellent. Those that still have your cards up, do you still mean to have them up? Eric and Ashley and Angela? Nope, okay, great. And anyone else online? Okay, so Cynthia volunteer for 3 if we need more there, and Marilyn for 2. Excellent, we have a great, do we have like a quorum for each at minimum?
We're oversubscribed for 1 and 2 and not for 3.
How many do we have for 3 currently?
Well, we could fill it with folks who chose that as second. So.
Okay, all right, so
So those of you who have been flexible are likely to end
you
up
are going to
being
get tapped
tapped
for
for
3.
3.
And you can still stay engaged in others. So I think Ed and I will regroup, and we'll get back to you very quickly, and we'll discuss leadership. And then for LA and Tim, we'll be off to the races immediately. Great. Any questions on those? Yeah.
I was just gonna say thank you.
You're welcome. On behalf of the entire membership, it's our pleasure. So any questions on process before we have, about 50 minutes where we could potentially, based on Owen and Tim, anything that you wanted to, tee up with the board, but any process questions for the board before we move to the next conversation? Okay. Any, you have us for 50 minutes. Is there anything that you'd like to discuss with the board and tee up any of these questions? Just, I know it's like, you mean we're actually going to start?
Actually, even before that, would you? I know that we've been talking on the sidelines about sort of the other things that are going on. Perhaps if there are other engagements and things that you could talk about, that would be
that you're doing.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't started yet, but you should all know that we're actually trying to put together an outreach plan. As I mentioned before, we wanted to keep this up with EFAB, but this is why I'm saying that we will be very intentional about engaging with communities. And now we're going to fold some of these here, but I'm hoping that very soon we'll be able to share what we're putting together. But we're going to be reaching out to other folks and engaging, also getting other perspectives, because we have got a lot of incoming, and we're tracking all of this. We will not forget a single person that has reached out to us. There's a lot of interest and also some anxiety because of the deadlines that we are under. It took us a little bit of time to get organized. As you know, EPA is now in charge of several different pots of funding under the Inflation Reduction Act, but we're going to be doing more and reaching out to other members of the public. I just hope that we'll be able to fully nail this down very quickly and then share that whatever information we come up with you all.
Thank you. All right. So Ed and I just conferred, and that was just an intense morning. So I think what we're going to do, instead of diving in on the work itself, we're going to take a break, a longer break, and folks can network, those of you that are here, and we'll get lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock Mountain Time. I did want to reiterate for those listening with the public, so we now have an approved charge that will be posted to the website. And for anybody who wants to submit public comments in response to the charge, you can email EFAB, EFAB at EPA.gov, and that will go to the work group as well as the board. And also for our board members, don't forget, in addition to our verbal commenters, we also had written comment come in on this charge. Including, I think there were 4 additional folks who had provided, or organizations who had provided written comments in addition to those that are speaking verbally. Anything else on process? All right, well, so an extended break, and we'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock. Thank you all for this morning's hard work.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to reconvene for our afternoon session. And just to get us just right into it, we have Bruno Piggott from Office of Water. He's the Deputy Assistant Administrator. And I know all of you have already met him at our last in-person meeting in Washington, D.C. So I will, pardon? Oh, not the, no, he was here with the new members. Yeah. Yeah, I think the new members were also already. Oh, Bruno, I guess I have to introduce you, you as my classmate then. No, I won't go, I won't get that personal. Bruno Piggott is our Office of Water Deputy Assistant Administrator, and he is actually my classmate from my undergrad university. So we won't get into the details of that because then we'll have to get into some unsavory things. But before Dave, before he joined us, he was the commissioner at the Indiana Department of Environment, and so he has a great deal of expertise, and he spent his entire career as an environmental champion, and now he's really focused on obviously the water office's activities, including I know he's involved in a lot of things, but today he's going to be talking with us about, I think there are about 9 potential charges that the Office of Water is proposing. And what Bruno will be doing is to just tee this issue up, and then we'll have follow-up discussions. I think that'll be led by Carrie. So, Bruno, with that, I'll turn it over to you. And we will, if you're ever in person with all of us, we will get into the other things, but not today.
and
Welcome,
maybe
Bruno.
after a session, Ed. Yeah.
Well, hold on, we can't hear you well. Go ahead.
You can't
Try
hear.
again.
Can you hear me now? Is it easier? No. Oh shoot.
We can hear you now.
You can. Okay, good. Is that better? Okay, thank you. Well, first, I want to say thanks, Ed, for inviting me, and Chairwoman O'Neill. I can't tell you how much I appreciate being able to attend. I only regret that I can't be there in person. Not only are you in a lovely state, but also I'm sure, having great discussions. And next time I'm able to, I'll be there in person. I want to also introduce Raphael Stein and Michael Dean, who are part of the State Revolving Fund Program and are on the screen virtually with me today. And I'll key up the discussion. You all may have seen the 9 charge questions, but just to give background, the bipartisan infrastructure law gives us an unprecedented opportunity to provide much needed funding and support to communities around the country for our drinking water, stormwater, and wastewater infrastructure needs, and even non-point source needs. And we're working really hard to make funding available to states and communities in an equitable way that addresses infrastructure challenges facing the historic underserved populations around the country while improving water quality and health for all. And this provides a real opportunity all across the board. And that's why I think working to develop new funding approaches and strategies and technical assistance programs at scale is really important at this time. So we thought it would be best to turn to you as the Environmental Finance Advisory Board to look at some of these potential topics and develop charges to help shape important aspects of this really fundamental new way of funding water and wastewater projects and making a huge difference around the country. Before diving into the specific topics, I want to talk a little bit briefly about the actions that are going on right now around our implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law. We're conducting outreach and engagement with our SRF partners at the states to come in for funding for this year. And we're seeing initial bipartisan infrastructure law capitalization grant awards The memo that we published in March set out groundwork for how we're expecting bipartisan infrastructure law funding to be used. And our staff, with Michael Dean and Raphael, are leading the way, providing oversight guidance for reviewing intended use plans with a focus on ensuring that disadvantaged communities are not left out, providing numerous trainings to states and regions, and setting up work groups to establish best practices. Through the implementation memo, through our guidance on reviewing intended use plans, through our work with our regions, EPA has stressed the importance that all communities should have access to bill resources. It's baked into the law, after all. The focus on equal access to funding is especially important for disadvantaged communities who may have struggled to receive federal assistance in the past. Over 20 states have updated their definitions of what constitutes disadvantaged communities, or are planning to update definitions so that they can get money out to these communities that may not have been available to them in the past. And these definitions are just really pivotal in making funding decisions with respect to additional subsidies such as grants or principal forgiveness loans, which are baked into the SRF bill funds in ways that just haven't been seen in the past. EPA has been trusted with these unprecedented resources for direct technical assistance as well. And this funding is really helping us augment the great work being done by our technical assistance that's currently being provided to states and communities around the country. We're really trying to think of technical assistance in new ways. One approach is that we're working with USDA and started the Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap Community Initiative, where we're partnering to leverage technical assistance resources to help 11 historically underserved communities and tribes throughout southern United States. And this technical assistance, that's a partnership between USDA and EPA, will help identify and help recipients pursue federal funding opportunities to address wastewater needs and eliminate harmful exposure to backyard sewage. We're also piloting new intensive approach to providing direct technical assistance through the Community Solutions Team. And this work will help provide valuable insights to how communities in need can be proactively identified and how meaningful technical assistance can lead to public financing solutions. Finally, I know that many of you are familiar with the Environmental Finance Center, or EFC grants, through your work, and many of their directors have served as key board members over the years. We're happy to say EFC grants are being supercharged. This year, EPA solicited and received applications for over $100 million in funding, and the announcement for those EFCs will be made very soon. That's kind of a high-level overview of what we've been working on regarding bipartisan infrastructure law funding. At the center of it, at the core, is the common thread of equity, inclusion, access, and accountability. These core values have been present in EFAB's work, and we look forward to your expertise on how this transformational funding opportunity can be implemented in new ways around that vision. So that's why we're presenting to a suite of 9 charges for the board's consideration on the topics of the state revolving fund programs and technical assistance and affordability. We understand that the board will not be able to take on all these charges at once, but we hope that given the continued interest in these topics and the long-range funding nature of the bipartisan infrastructure law, that the board will be able to vote on a charge or charges selected from this list. And I'm happy to go over the charges if you'd like, Chairwoman O'Neill or DFO Chu. Would you like me to basically review
I
those?
do think it would be helpful, yes, to go through them and give everybody, kind of the context in which you're bringing each of these forward. It'll help the discussions.
Great. Then,
And Bruno, just so you know, everyone has a copy of the document, so
great.
we'll be able to follow with you.
Well, I'll take the charges in little groups of charges, if that's okay. And the first, charge 1, 2, and 3 focus on the state revolving fund programs. And these charges seek to address the significant new and revolving levels of financial assistance in the programs and ensure that they're used to meet the needs of communities and individuals, especially those who have faced challenges in receiving federal assistance in the past. The document that you can be tracking is the proposed charges document that was provided to the board. I just saw a question that popped up. Which document should we be looking at? And it has 9 charges. The first is the utilization of SRF additional subsidies to target assistance to neighborhoods or households in need. And the question there is researching the possible flow of funds through rate structures or other mechanisms for additional subsidization provided under this authority and reaches ratepayers that would experience a financial hardship as a result of an increase in rates necessary to fund a project. And charge 1, 2, and 3 focus on the SRF programs. Ensuring equitable and consistent access to financial resources across all states is critical for the successes of the SRF. And public health and water quality protection, we believe, is important in every community and by every person, which is why an important tool is to take a look at an important tool in the charge is the additional subsidy and directing it to individuals most in need. And understanding the resources available, the tools afforded, and ensuring consistency of access in all states are desired outcomes of these charges. So the first charge is the use of additional SRF subsidies to target assistance to neighborhoods or households in need. The second charge is effective use of water infrastructure investment. And we're requesting EFAB research and make recommendations about the current state suite of metrics that exist and an analysis in terms of conducting fiduciary oversight and whether there are other ways to analyze or gauge whether a program is meeting that requirement. And the third charge is improving the efficiency of implementing EPA funding. One of a letter that was sent to EPA, specifically to Administrator Regan, asked EPA to work with states to make the process of getting funding from EPA to a community more efficient, and even developing a related metric to encourage state-to-state competition. So we're asking that EFAB research challenges communities' experience in receiving EPA funding, and are there ways to address those challenges? Whether EFAB could also propose ways to recognize those states that make improvements in efficiently reaching historically underserved communities, such as an awards program or some other way to spur the competition that was referenced in the letter we received. So those are the 3 charges related to the SRF program. If it's okay, I'll move to the technical assistance charges. And those are charges 4 and 5. They look to technical assistance as a driver in protecting water quality, providing affordable clean water, and protecting public health. So these charges are particularly important because we understand that some communities are really going to need technical assistance in order to be able to take advantage of the wealth of dollars that's available through the state revolving fund program, through the bipartisan infrastructure law. Charge 4 is titled Sustainable Technical Assistance. And this proposed charge would ask the EFAB board to consider ways in which technical assistance could be established in a sustainable manner to reflect the agency's long-term commitment to assist communities with effectively using funds. We know that certain communities have had the technical, the managerial, and the financial expertise necessary to apply for funding and to receive funding. But we're seeking to build in a long-term commitment on the part of EPA to provide assistance, not just over the term of the bipartisan infrastructure law, but really permanently to ensure that we can provide technical assistance. And we're looking for perhaps ways that different aspects of technical assistance could be built in, baked into the program to ensure continued technical assistance in the long run. And Charge 5 is slightly different, although it deals with technical assistance. It recognizes that while the SRF program is technically oriented toward typical wastewater treatment plants in technically around the nation and in communities that vary in a number of places, homeowners with decentralized systems face unique challenges, and that they're responsible for the care and maintenance of their own specific decentralized treatment system that may be in their own home. And there's little financial or logistical support to ensure that after one of these decentralized systems is installed, that they're sustainable in the long run. You know, it's been my experience working in the state of Indiana that people have difficulty on all sorts of levels, maintaining their own septic systems, maintaining their own water softener systems. And so we're interested in having EFAB advise the agency on options for how to address the long-term operations and maintenance around decentralized wastewater systems to ensure that once a new system is put in, that there's a plan for how to maintain it for the homeowner that's understandable for the homeowner, that works for the homeowner as well. Because if it's not maintained, the systems won't work over time. So those two charges really are about technical assistance. Charges 6, 7, and 8 have a different focus, and that focus is on affordability. Charge 6 looks at effective customer assistance programs to help those people in communities that find it difficult to pay the increased rates that are necessary in communities when those communities take out loans or receive dollars that must be paid back. And it is oftentimes those households that have difficulty paying back. They want to pay back the new increased rates, but find it difficult. So we want to ask the board to provide advice to us about surveying programs to understand how to help communities provide assistance programs that work to ensure that we get the best kind of information to relay to communities. The reason we're doing this is that we're going to conduct a survey. It's part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to examine the prevalence of customer assistance programs in programs that work. And we would sure appreciate the advice that you could provide and strategies for that effort. Charge 8 seeks guidance on rate structuring to mitigate the impact of rate hikes. due to the cost of infrastructure similarly on populations that are vulnerable and unable to support rate hikes. So 7 focuses on a needs assessment and advice that you might provide regarding the content of a survey that we would send out to help gather information about the best kind of customer service programs. But we also know that one tool that some communities may use is rate structuring to assist communities. Not to assist communities, to ensure that communities help spread the burden in a way that helps members of the communities that are less able to pay back new bills. And the proposed charge would consider what options exist for rate structuring that help households that are adversely affected by significantly increased rates. And it can be accomplished within the bounds of existing state requirements. And sometimes that's really a problem. In some states, there may be limitations on or bounds to what kind of restructuring they can do with their rates. And so we're interested in having your help with that effort. Finally, I wanted to talk about municipal bond indebtedness charge. That's the last charge that's given. Oftentimes, communities, especially in my region of the country, the Great Lakes region, are burdened with environmental debt. Smaller communities may disproportionately face carrying the debt to pay for environmental mandates, while larger communities don't have these responsibilities. We're asking whether or not you could investigate possible financing mechanisms that could ease the burden for smaller communities, and, if feasible, ways that the municipal bond indebtedness burden could be alleviated through perhaps regional partnerships. That's kind of the kinds of questions we're asking. We sure would appreciate the help that you could provide. We also know that there may be questions, and we're joined today by Raphael Stein, Michael Dean, Ellen Terquinino is the acting chief of the Water Infrastructure and Resiliency Finance Center. Josh Amaris from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund branch can be available to answer questions too. And we're looking forward to working with you on these new charges.
Hey, Bruno, thank you. But I just want to jump in before Carrie moderates the session that Ellen and Josh have been with us, and you just sent 2 of the best from your staff here. So thank you.
They certainly are. And I can't
Thank
tell
you for walking us through those charges, and thank you, Josh and Ellen, for being here in person. So I'd like to invite the board at this point to ask any clarifying questions, or we've got the full complement here from the Office of Water, so it's a great opportunity to ask questions about the intent or the context. And then we will be discussing, moving forward, the formation of an exploratory work group to work with our EPA colleagues and figure out how to tackle these, or how we might want to proceed with the work. Can anyone have any? Great. Al?
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Well, hi, everyone. And Bruno, thank you so much for your presentation. That was very helpful. My question is, of the 9 areas, are they all of equal interest, or are there some that are of greatest interest to EPA leadership? And in your view, what would have the greatest impact if the board were to spend time solving, a couple of these?
I knew you'd ask that question. Thank you for the question. When you're presented with 9, I think the first thing is, well, what's the most important one on the list? And it may be, and I'm going to let our staff jump in too, because maybe we'd have different answers, quite frankly. I particularly am interested in the technical assistance program questions. I know that that's important because I know that one of the big emphases that we have is ensuring that we provide the kind of assistance that small communities have not been able to take advantage of the SRF program in the past. That we put in place a technical assistance program that lasts far longer than the technical assistance programs that actually than the bipartisan infrastructure law will allow. And so I think that's really fundamental if we're going to get money out to communities that haven't been able to receive that money in the past. And there are a variety of reasons they've not been able to, but I think that if we can come up with great technical assistance programs, I think that's really important. The decentralized water systems operations and maintenance is important, but it's not. Geez, it's hard for me to pick among all these, but I think that there just aren't as many decentralized systems around the country as there are small communities that have package plants that need to update them, but they do exist in some of the the areas that need it most. And Catherine Flowers can talk to you about a lot of that, but that's why I think that's on the list, that that they're going to be installed because there are some areas that are in remote locations that really need decentralized systems because they don't have any other option. And having a sustainable system in place is really important. But Michael or Raphael or Ellen or Josh, do you have others that you would argue would be just as important or more important?
Well, thanks, Bruno. I'll start if people don't mind, and I'll emphasize what you did about decentralized communities as well. I mean, if you're talking about the most hardest hit, Al, thank you for the question of where the impact can be great. I think that is it. Last week at WEFTech, Karen Detmer, the Office of Water, and I gave a session on the bill and whatnot, and it was in the context of the sustainable development goals. And we still have work to do to achieve SDG 6 in the United States. People forget sometimes, and those served by or not served by underperforming decentralized systems are really the most impacted. So solving that problem from a lifestyle, health benefit standpoint would be great. That said, I'm also very biased on charge one on utilization of the additional subsidization in the SRF system. It's something I've been passionate about since before Bill started. We've had this eligibility in the Clean Water Act for quite some time to be able to use additional subsidization, the principal forgiveness grants, for not only communities that meet the affordability criteria that they established in the Clean Water Act, but for communities that do not meet those criteria when the additional subsidy is directed to households, customers that cannot afford their portion of the investment being made with the SRF assistance. So it's particularly important now with the significant additional subsidization provided by the bill, 49% of the funds going out as additional subsidization. While we were developing that implementation memorandum that Bruno referred to, there's a lot of interest in outreach about how to use the additional subsidization, of ensuring it doesn't just go to communities. It's a little bit strange. The State Drinking Water Act has disadvantaged communities, so you're often talking about a defined community, but a lot of people came to us and said, what about neighborhoods or communities within a larger service area? And the good news is we have a tool in the Clean Water Act which has not been used that is specifically addressed for that. One of the reasons it has not been used is some of the language in the charge that you all have, which is how do you structure this through a user charge system or other appropriate method so that the subsidies only realized by certain of the customers within a utility. Understanding, as Bruno said, that there's some regulatory chain problems with that, whether it be state or local governance that does not provide disparate rates for within a user class. But again, those can be changed as well. So I think what we're looking for here is what are some of the obstacles? What are some of the options for changing that? For those of you who are like, David Zimmer's on today, those of you who run SRFs, what's the flow of funds? What is the, when you provide that assistance, when you draw on it, how do you do it? So we have some ideas, and if the board chooses to take on this charge, I'd be happy to meet with you to kind of walk through some of what we've already kind of workshopped a little bit, but we really would look forward to your input on this. And it may be combined with that charge 8, which is that rate restructuring, because it may entail how to restructure a user charge system to direct that subsidy to certain households.
I'll chime in. I knew Michael was going to talk about charge number 1, but I couldn't find the unmute button in time to preempt him a little bit. To answer the second part of the question, which one will be most impactful? I'll mention a couple. The first is not to repeat Bruno on the technical assistance, but folks got to understand that we're attempting to do something very transformational in the water space with the bill funding, where for the first time in I don't know ever, we got funds, a small set aside from the overall appropriation to support the implementation of the bill. And that small percentage, if you do the math, turns into a few $100 million over the life of the bill. And our leadership has essentially directed us to use the bulk of that for this technical assistance effort. But so we're engaging on a number of things. Bruno just mentioned the EFC grants that we're about to award, but we have other things in the pipeline. The real challenge is the money is not going to go on forever, even though it's a tremendous amount. And how do we build this new technical assistance paradigm in a way that's sustainable? And we're heavily engaged on standing up pilots, programs, and whatnot. But this sort of strategic long-term thinking would be a great use of the board's intellect to help us on that. So I think that could have really a lasting impact. And before I turn it over to Ellen and Josh, I'll just mention one of my favorites is the customer assistance programs. We've done some work in this space where we've basically done a compendium, essentially an inventory of several hundred programs out there. The basic idea behind these programs is a great one, but I think a lot of us know that essentially many of them, I'll be diplomatic here, their participation rates are incredibly low. And this would be a great sort of study for the board to engage in to sort of determine what makes for a successful customer assistance program. And then from that, we can use the board's advice as a way to sort of leverage the messaging to the sector to really, emphasize some of these more successful ones. So that's kind of one of my personal favorites, but I'll turn it over to Ellen.
Thanks, Raphael. And maybe we're just taking an approach where we sort of talk about each one of the different charges by each one of us sharing our favorites, having to pick between a favorite child. I think I'll lean a little bit into the affordability programs that Raphael kicked off and some of the charges that are listed under there. The customer assistance program, I do think is going to be really important for all the reasons that Raphael said, is how do we engage more and have these be more effective programs across the country. And it's something that also gets at that disadvantaged communities and some of the pockets of disadvantaged communities that a lot of these utilities have. how do you help those customers, and how do you do that funding in a more equitable way? And so that's some of the things that could be baked into this charge is, could you use some of the SRF programs to fund some of those customer assistance programs? Are there alternative ways than the traditional sort of reserving a portion of the overall budget for a customer assistance program? Are there different ways to fund that do lead to a more sustainable approach and an approach that does address the communities that need it most? I think that there is a tie-in there for the rate restructuring as well, where, are there different rate approaches that could be used that could really help offset those overall increased charges that are coming to utilities? And are there ways that utilities can look at how they are doing rate structuring in different creative ways that could be replicated across the country? And then, just to plug Charge 7 as well, we do have a authorization to look at a needs survey for affordability, to look at how utilities are issuing disconnections, how they are issuing some tax liens, a whole suite of different things that Congress has laid out for us to look at in the utility sector. And I think that charge could be something that leans a little bit more to what you all did for the P2 charge, where it's not that full report, but a different strategy of maybe some sessions, some work groups, some webinars of how we could really form a survey that's effective, that makes sense, that's a short-term ask, so not one of the larger reports. So I think that one I would highlight is just not to think about that as in the traditional EFAB report structure, but maybe to look at some of the new ways of how we could structure that survey, implement that survey, and take that information to have recommendations.
Thank you, Helen. My name is Joshua Amaris. I'm with the Clean Water SRF program, EPA, and I will talk about my personal favorite. I'm with the CW SRF program, and I would reiterate Michael's interest in charge number 1. I come out of a region, so pretty close to the ground with implementation, and there's a lot of opportunity that Michael spoke to well on that. But my interest is really in charge number 2 and the effective utilization of water infrastructure investments. The SRF programs have a significant amount of resources in them. They are 20 and 30 plus year old mature revolving loan funds that have been capitalized and managed through time. Bill supercharges them, provides a significant more amount of resources. And we have this opportunity to make sure that all of those resources, whether they be the historic capitalization, whether we want to make sure that the new slug of bill funds go out and are utilized well. And a portion of those bill funds will come back into the fund. So it's a revolving loan fund. It makes it an interesting animal to wrestle with setting expectations, with utilization, and ensuring that all the resources used to meet the administration's priorities and the goals of the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act. So charge 2 really looks at how can we consistently look at money flowing back into the fund in terms of the reflow dollars that come back into the fund and come in as cash and bank accounts. And how do we assess that? How do we look across our different programs that are quite diverse in terms of size, in terms of complexity, and set consistent expectations so that we aren't playing favorite child across our 51 state programs, but setting a consistent expectation for making sure that all the resources, reflow back out into the projects that they're intended for.
I like that tour of all the different perspectives. That was really helpful, at least to me. And any kind of rejoinders from anyone who went early?
Well, one thing I would just say is you can tell that all of these questions are important to us, and one of the benefits of the bipartisan infrastructure law is it gave us lots of great opportunities, but it also presented us with a huge number of questions. And so if there are a couple that you guys could work on, I think the impact would be great no matter what. I will say this, in terms of the affordability questions, charge questions, particularly as Ellen laid out the community assistance programs and the rate structuring, my thinking is the impact of those questions, providing information for those goes beyond just the bipartisan infrastructure law program, issues, but enters into the regulatory sphere because communities across the nation are also implementing long-term control plans to address CSO discharges. And when some of the big questions there are when they come in for modifications to consent decrees, are they taking advantage of all the tools that may be out there to help lessen the burden on disadvantaged communities or individuals in those communities, or are they just looking to extend their schedules out for implementing these things? And so I think that the impact of having some more help in terms of the community assistance programs and the rate structuring questions really help us in a number of different areas, for what it's worth.
Michael, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I alluded to it, and just following up because of what Raphael and Ellen focused on the affordability programs and the rate structures that Bruno just did. Again, I think you can thread some of these together. That's absolutely important, is getting customer assistance programs that work and are utilized, rate structures that support that. But if you look at charge one, which I talked about, is taking the opportunity to use those additional subsidization funds in the SRFs to fund those programs or those rate structures. So, I mean, one quick example just to think about is one thing we've talked about is, can you provide a loan to a community, including additional subsidization that goes into, this is something I've thought about, goes into a fund, right? Instead of construct, it goes into a fund that the utility holds. And if you have disparate prohibition on disparate rates, you charge everyone the same rate, but not everyone pays it because the customer assistance program pays, you draw down from those SRF funds for, say, everyone gets $100 a month bill. Some people only pay 50, and 50 is paid from that fund, which is funded by the SRF. So that can be incorporated in the rate structure and as part of a customer assistance program. So I'd encourage you to maybe look at not these as distinct, but maybe package them into a broader approach that addresses all of these.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll go to Cynthia and then Bill.
Thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I wanted to thank the EPA folks. I reviewed these charges and I thought it was a great list, really, really thoughtful. I think a lot of the groups around this table, and certainly others that I work with in the NGO community, are thinking a lot about these exact questions. So I think they're very timely. I think there's a real need for them. And you're probably thinking this way already with the way you've got them grouped, but it does seem to me that, and I understand why you have them all separated, but it does seem to me that a number of them, even across some of these categories, really would make sense to be explored together. The technical assistance piece and the affordability piece, for example, as well as the EPA process piece. Our group and a lot of others, as I'm sure you're aware, are spending a lot of time thinking about navigators and other forms of assistance to help communities, and that overlaps with some of the SRF questions you're asking about how to move money effectively, about the metrics question, all of that. So I mean, obviously you don't want a charge that's so overwhelming that you can't get it done, but it does seem to me it makes sense for EFAB probably together with you to put together some sort of work group to think about what are the opportunities to do a few of these together. Anyway, I'd just like your thoughts on
that. Just wanted to add, Cynthia, that the way that we're going to work this as a matter of process, according to our SOP, is that we will have exploratory work group to work with Office of Water to answer some of the questions that was initially asked by Al regarding prioritization and timeline, and also what charges the group actually would want to take on. You have
including some combining,
including combining, and just like the process that we just did on the greenhouse gas reduction fund in a very accelerated way, we could actually take the same process to deliberate on what the charge questions that the board will eventually take on. It could be all 9, it could be combined some, or it could be sequenced. Those are the things that I'm hoping that the exploratory work group, once it's formed, could finalize, I guess, for a proposal to the broader board.
And Cynthia, it sounds like that's kind of how you were thinking about it as well.
Yeah, and you haven't asked for volunteers yet, but I'd be pretty interested in working with you on that, Ed. That sounds great. And there's a number of other organizations. Right, I'm sure there are, but anyway.
We'll go to Bill and then David Zimmer and then Eric.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of the proposed charges. I think it was initially I was a bit overwhelmed, but I think that this really is a beginning of a journey that will last for a number of years and on into the future. So I think it really helps lay out some very important and critical issues. I did have a couple of questions that would appreciate some perspectives from your side on, which is on the technical assistance. Well, many people think of technical assistance as really being engineering and operations and maintenance related. We've had a lot of discussions over the last several years about capacity development, and certainly with provisions of WIA and other components of how to build managerial and financial capacity of smaller systems. And would you see that technical assistance would that be include things such as governance, management, and financial in nature? And then I have a second question. So
seeing a lot of head nodding on the screen.
Yeah, I would just say personally from my experience that while people do think when they talk about technical assistance in terms of the engineering perspectives, if we're going to get communities, small communities who have not been able to take advantage of this in the past, if we're going to get them across the finish line, just in terms of getting the loan, they're going to need assistance in a wide variety of areas, from engineering, but also in terms of the financial aspects. I've worked with small communities that just don't have the first understanding about how the loan program works and need some help. And then they need to be walked through that program. And then there is the capacity. So there's capacity in a variety of ways. And technical assistance, I think, is meant, in my mind, to span all of those different areas that's critical. And then there's the technical assistance in terms of long after money's granted and projects are put in the ground. How do you maintain them? Communities across the country need help in all of those different areas. And if we're going to be successful in getting communities that haven't been able to take advantage of this money in the past, I think we're going to need to think about it holistically. That's my 2 cents.
And you had a second part?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I guess maybe, because I know Dave will do this, and I forgot to do that, Bill Stannard with Raftalis for the records. But I greatly appreciate it, because for those of us that have been around since the wastewater construction grant program, a key component of that was required the grant recipient to create a user charge system that would adequately recover the operation, maintenance, and replacement of that system into the future. Again, there was an oversight provided by the regions and then the states as that board is delegated. So I think that there's a lot of correlation to that can be applied as we go forward. The second thing, on the affordability side, I didn't see anything about any assessment or evaluation of the low-income housing water assistance program. I know it's not directly related under the purview of the EPA, but I think that's an important issue that were you thinking that would be a part of that analysis? Is that a solution that can help, or is it how well is that working?
Alan or Josh or Michael, do you want to jump on that question?
Ellen works very closely with the HHS folks.
I'll start to address that question. We've worked with HHS on the implementation of FlyWAP, and I've talked to them about some of the the concerns and the specific challenges that they faced. I think they have a unique set of challenges of how they implemented it, and they got it done quick. But it wasn't explicitly listed in here, but that's something that if the board and the exploratory committee goes through and say, this should be part of the charge evaluation of, we have an example of the first ever federal assistance program for water affordability. How did that work? If that was something that the exploratory committee wanted to be part of the charge, you obviously have the option to do that. It would be useful information. We work closely with HHS, so certainly could bring them into that discussion. And so, it's the exploratory committee's purview to add that to part of the charge. And I think, for EPA, from my perspective, I think there's a lot of other areas. So I would hate to see it just exclusively on the LIWAP program, but that certainly could be part of that overall affordability challenge and look.
I'll just add on that point. Some of you may know that there is some interest in Congress from creating a permanent program for EPA. And if that were ever to pass, I think we would quickly come to the board and not only ask that very question about sort of an evaluation of how successful HHS's LIWAP program was or is, and but more importantly, how should we structure our program? And there's some different models out there that have been proposed, and I think we could easily be looking to the board for some feedback in terms of what direction we would take under that scenario. But as Ellen said, I think we have other ones that have immediate relevancy for us. Thank you.
Great. David Zimmer, and then Eric, and then we'll be going to a picture and then a break.
Carrie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, so first of all, thank you, Bruno, Michael, Raphael, Ellen, and Josh. Great to see you all, and thanks for showing up today. I do agree with Cynthia that a number of these charges can and probably should be aggregated as we look to discuss and debate what we want to agree to take on as a charge. I also agree with Bruno. So for the record, my name is David Zimmer, and I represent the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, which is the financing side of the SRF program for the state of New Jersey. So as an SRF finance specialist, along with my peers like Jeff Deal on the board, okay, we see this often. When you talk about technical assistance, a lot of people go right to it's engineering. We got to help design and build projects to get these projects into the SRF program. What so many of us see, and I think what Bruno iterated, was that early technical assistance starts way before that point, right? And so as such, as we consider this charge, it really needs to be broad enough because it should incorporate planning for operational optimization. It should include community education and outreach, right? There are a number of items when you start to talk about technical assistance that are more than just planning and design, right? So I would, as we start to talk about this charge and its importance, I would really invite the board to think very, very broadly and make sure that we write the charge. I know a lot of times we try to limit scope creep, but I think this is one of those instances where we really need to think broad. And as far as charge number one goes, we talk about, Michael, your issue, it's absolutely my issue as well, but I don't think we should limit it just to add sub, right? And I'll tell you one of the things, for example, that the iBank did, we just had a board meeting and our board approved an increase in one of our bonding fees. So one of the ways that the program makes money to pay for salaries and stuff like that is we have a number of fees above and beyond what we get to take out of the SRF program for administration. And so we increased this one fee that we have on our bond deals, because we're a state that leverages SRF funds, by roughly 13%. Just to put it in perspective, on a $5 million loan, the community would pay an additional $1,000 per year on that loan for the 30-year loan, okay? But we do that every year and it starts to aggregate. So in the first year, we expect to get 100,000. The next year, we're gonna be collecting 200,000 because now we've got 2 years. So when the bill, and Raphael, this is to your point about how do we make it sustainable, right? So when the bill funds basically dry up, right, we'll still be doing projects, but we would expect at that point to be taking in $500,000 that is going to be held aside specifically for early technical assistance for disadvantaged communities in the state. And we absolutely expect that this will make a huge impact in the way that the state's water systems that didn't used to have the financial capacity to think about what's the next project that I have to put in the queue and get ready for the SRF program. We're going to be stepping in with outside consultants to help them get to that point. So as we think about charge number one, I would also recommend that we just don't limit it to add sub. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Eric.
Eric Rothstein, Gallardi Rothstein Group for the record. As you might imagine, my stuff is mostly about affordability. There'll be some information forthcoming on ideas around future structuring of federally funded assistance programs. But I wanted to kind of specifically maybe offer a suggestion for support of any one of the charges that is dealing with affordability. This whole notion of subsidization, of constraints on rate making and so forth is bound up in a legal framework and an interpretation of what we mean by water service that I think there's opportunities to challenge as we consider the developments that have occurred over the last generation or so. We define water as mostly drops of water through water meters. We don't define water for purposes of cost of service analysis. We don't define water in terms of rate making, in terms of protection of public health. And as a construct, and as a consequence, we have a construct, a legal framework that forces people to be in these difficult boxes about asking whether they can provide assistance to low-income customers because they feel that they're going to be subject to claims of differential rate making, discriminatory rate making, or provision of gratuities or all kinds of legal challenges. So much of the affordability issues that we're dealing with are bound up in legal frameworks that in some senses either are real or I would argue more often perceived constraints on utilities' ability to act. And so I think that it would be really helpful to have some legal support to sort of challenge our implicit assumptions about our freedom to act in support of low-income customers. So that's, I think, could be beneficial for any one of those last affordability charges.
Thank you. Any comments on that? All right, well, this is not the end of the discussion. We're going to do a picture and then a break, and we're going to come back and discuss as a board our next steps on partnering with the Office of Water on all the meeting things they put before us. Shall we say we come back, when do we want to come back, at 20 past? So we'll be back at 20 past to continue the conversation. All right, picture first. Right outside.
Right.
For those of you in the room.
Thank you.
All right, folks, 1 minute. All right, we're gonna get started. Carrie?
All right. Anyone have any other clarifying questions for our EPA colleagues before we move into our discussion of next steps? Didn't want to gloss by any last opportunities for folks to ask questions. Okay, so the next, sorry, Ted, right there.
Sorry, Ted Chapman, Hilltop Securities for the record. On proposed charge number 7, it's my understanding, and I know it's been a minute, but there was, I think it used to be kind of regular needs assessment surveys about every 4 years for cleaner for drinking water. And if I'm recalling correctly, the very large systems, and then I think the large systems, and then there's like statistical sampling of everybody else. So is that going to be kind of the same format, or is this going to be sort of separate and apart in addition to the regular needs surveys that it would focus on this target audience?
It'd be a separate needs assessment, separate survey. And you know, one big caveat for this is that while it's authorized, it's not appropriated. And so that would be, I think, part of the exploratory committee. That would be part of the discussion. If, you know, we wouldn't want to move on this until we do have the appropriation and the funding behind it. And it would be a separate needs assessment that would be, in addition to. And I think that, you know, there is some flexibility of the exploratory committee of like, would that be a statistical survey, or would that be a consensus? That would be part of, I think, the discussion of what that charge would look at, pros and cons and benefits for that. But, you know, we are sort of looking at this one, and when we get to that exploratory next step, we would talk about the timing of that and where we would put that in with the appropriated funds.
Dave?
Dave Wagner, for the record, National Academy of Science and Woolpert Engineering. And just some clarifying questions. One, I noticed in the first paragraph, it does mention WIFIA, but nobody else mentioned it. I know, Josh, you love the SRF, but I'm assuming that WIFIA could be brought into this equation, this discussion that we're having.
To clarify, are you specifically within charge 2, or?
I'm just talking overall for all of them, because I see it could be, I could weave it into almost any one of these 9 charges.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would definitely be open to hearing that.
Okay. Yeah. The second piece, my last question then, is the synergy with other agencies, like Indian Health Service, like some of the HHS, et cetera. Is that part, or could we assume that we should try to synergize how we might leverage some of the bill funds with some of the other programs that are out there to achieve some of the questions that you've raised, your technical assistance in particular?
Yeah, I think overall, I think that the answer would be yes, but I will turn it over to Ellen and Adam.
Sure, you know, I think that that's a really good question and a really good thing to, I think, dive into for that charge formation and during that exploratory work group is, you know, what are the specifics and what's the scope of what you would look at? Would that be, you know, for whatever one of these charges you pick up or combine to make into to a next step of should one of the areas that the work group explores be how we can leverage and work with some of the other federal agencies and some of the other federal funding pots. So I think that's something that is open to the board's discussion and discretion to bring into the conversation and include as an aspect to the charge.
And I guess I'm sorry, Josh, go ahead.
Oh, and I was just going to clarify that generally as an overarching principle, yeah, leveraging and using existing resources and other resources is the thing that's advantageous, and the SRFs are kind of situated very well to do. So from my perspective, I definitely think that's a valid area to pursue. So.
And I guess just one last clarification piece is many of the disenfranchised communities you talk to here are not your typical urban type situations. And I don't want to speak for Lawrence, but he and I were just chatting about the unique subset of Indian water settlements and the requirements associated that have been defined by Congress and defined by the Department of Interior, in some cases defined by the courts, on how water is utilized on many of the reservations or pueblos in the Western United States in particular, have a unique subset on how water is developed and then managed for the Indian communities. And I'm assuming that we could even kind of tease, because it's a unique subset, and also because it is a disenfranchised, often ignored part of our water culture, water distribution culture, that we should look, not ignore it again. To use Lawrence's words, don't let them stand looking in again, rather than being part of the process.
Right, and I mean, definitely, I would answer that yes.
I don't see any other questions. And do we have any online? Okay, so let's talk a little bit about process. We had been discussing that this has a more time than what we've been discussing the last 2 days with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So we had thought formation of the exploratory work group could start to, discuss, how to organize, combine, sequence, what have you. And at our next meeting in 2023, sometime in early 2023, we'd ask the exploratory work group and our EPA colleagues to come back and kind of report out, where are you? And then if that is an in-person meeting and, we needed to schedule a subsequent virtual meeting or however we do that a couple months later, we would then look to vote on a charge or series of charges, depending on what the work group thought. So that's our general thought of how this might, so it gives folks more time, especially folks that want to engage in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund work as well as this work. Any feedback or comments on just the process and the timeline? Does it feel comfortable to folks? Then Al, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I just had a clarifying question about the process, which is when does EPA expect deliverables or due outs from the board?
I think that Carrie and I were chatting about this a little bit briefly, but we are open to different kinds of products and different kinds of approaches. And I think that we don't have any, for these charges, any specific hard deliverables or timelines that you just heard for the greenhouse gas folks, where they've got some very, very firm dates. We do have a little bit more of a broader window and a little bit more of a flexible timeline. But with that in mind, some of the creative approaches and thinking that you guys have already had for some of your charges and are even doing for the greenhouse gas, we are open to. So, for deliverables, if you're thinking about, different approaches, like maybe some of those webinars, some of the expert listening sessions, some of the different types of feedback and reports, we're open to iterative deliverables and having things come at different timelines. So I think there is no hard fast date, but we are open to having different approaches that have their own timelines and own deliverables.
And I was
just going to say, Ellen, but the exploratory work group will be able to discuss products that could actually have impact on, for instance, bill funding, which does have a timeline, but not as tight a timeline as the greenhouse gas reduction, which is like next 4 years. So.
And I would expect that, as you all explore this together, there would be some sequencing, either across charges or even in a given charge, you may sequence some of the, like in the pollution prevention work group, there was a sequence of 3, listening forum, interactive forums that were deliverables in and of themselves, and then a final deliverable that we talked through today. So I think there are lots of creative ways that you all could explore together to meet the needs of varying timelines. And there's enough work here probably to last for a couple of years. So that could be part of the discussion as well. So does that help, Al?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, with that, would love to have a call for volunteers, and it could be, put your cards up in the room, and for folks on the line. Oh, do we have to vote?
Yeah, because they want their grant.
Got it. So I
I
forgot that we had just done that
Yes.
a month ago. Okay, so first we're going to ask for a motion and then a second to establish an exploratory work group. We'll take a vote on that, and then we'll ask for a call for volunteers.
So moved.
Bill moved. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Second. Great. Angela. Okay, all in favor of developing an exploratory work group to partner with EPA on the 9 charges? Yes, we have that. Excellent. Now a call for volunteers, and Tara, if you could help us with folks on the line, and I'll just read off who we have here in the room. We have Dennis Randolph and Jeff Deal, Mariana Peavy, Courtney Black, Ted Chapman, Bill Stannard, Angela Brickmont, Dave Wagner. Oh, and I missed Phyllis Garcia and Lawrence Lujan on that side of the room, and Janet Clemens and Matt Brown. Okay.
That's a large exploratory.
That's a large exploratory. Online, we had Margot Kane, Zach Davidson, David Zimmer, Al Cho, and Cynthia Kohler. Okay. Do we have a count on that? Or we may need to look at a count so it doesn't constitute a full board meeting, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to a work group.
Right, and my recommendation is that Carrie, that you and I talk this with our clients, and to make sure that it doesn't constitute a board, not just a work group, and then also to kind of get to a work. My recommendation is to have a smaller exploratory group, so we may be contacting you to see if we could actually participate in the full work group later on, as opposed to the exploratory phase.
All right, so more to come on that. Anything from our EPA colleagues that we didn't cover that you'd like us to cover while you've got us?
Thank you for accepting this charge. This is going to be really exciting and really valuable to us.
I would just echo that and say thank you for allowing us to be here and present these charges.
It was great. Really, obviously a lot of interest on the board, and so I think this will be good. Great, thank you. I think next we're going to move on to the chair's corner, which this has been such an action-packed meeting. What I wanted to do was to take us back to the spring meeting. As we brought new folks on, we did do a call for volunteers around a range of interest areas. So I wanted to just revisit those, have a little bit of a conversation around those. And I think, as I pulled them up, some of them I think, are going to be tackled in different ways, but let's talk through that. So let me read off first what they were, and we can dive into them. We had community capacity building models for accelerating unprecedented funding levels. We had environmental risk and cost of capital / ESG considerations. We had farm, ranch, and rural communities, the Federal Advisory Committee collaboration. We had water affordability. We had expanding the SRF capacity, and we had lead service line replacement. So I think, you know, from my read, you all weigh in if you agree. On the community capacity building models, given the unprecedented funding levels, it feels like that's squarely in the water charge that's being explored. Very much a focus of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And so I think our hope is that we'll make some good progress in those two areas, and we can revisit if there are other areas that are not being dealt with. Any reactions or comments to that? And Ed, you may have some.
Well, actually, I think there were a couple of people who were really interested in that. I'd like to hear from those members. And I'm trying to remember, maybe Cynthia was one.
I have an old list, so I may not have the most up-to-date list. I had Dennis, Cynthia, Sonia, Angela. There were others who might have signed up.
I'm so sorry, I missed
And
that.
Eric.
Which group is this?
From any of those folks, any reactions? Well, is it orphaned or is it, you know, in the
Well, I guess
the
what,
water
so just as a process, I think we, you know, as a group, I would like to see it be dispensed with one way or another, to agree that it's being folded into other aspects of the other work that this becomes part of the aspect of the deliverables on. And then, of course, if there's still an interest, but there's no time to take it on now, we can continue to put it on the chair's list. And then, of course, the other is, I joked around about being orphaned, but if there's no interest in the topic anymore because it's taken up elsewhere, we can just dispense with. And Tara, is there somebody online? Okay,
Great,
so
so
yeah, that's
Cynthia,
great.
then Dennis, then Angela.
Thanks. I was just going to say, as between my primary interest is the new EPA charge. So that's the working group I'd be most interested in, given my time.
Great, thank you.
Dennis?
Yeah, Dennis Randolph, State Council. I think between the greenhouse gas and the water charges that will be coming up, again, we're going to cover 2 years, and capacity building is part of both of those. And I think they'll be well covered with some creative ideas. I don't think we need to follow any further right at this point.
Great, thank you. And I would just concur. Excellent, great.
No problem. This is Mariana with Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. And I just wanted to clarify, are we just looking at the capacity piece that was right there? Okay.
So what we had written out, I mean, these were all going to be potential exploratory groups like we just formed, that we would decide whether or not that group came back and recommended a charge. There wasn't a lot of meat on the bone for any of these. The notes that I had written and I communicated out was decentralized nature at EPA makes it difficult to get arms around this topic, ensuring monies flow to communities that need it most. Assistance would be helpful, relate back to how the communities would be able to access funding and understanding what communities want and need, making the money sustainable, not consultants parachuting in, but building capacity long-term, to develop this in coordination with a water affordability charge, lead programs, you know, other things like that.
I think it can go with a lot of what water proposed to us or we're going to be exploring. Definitely, I do have comments a little bit with expansion on the SRF program and also the lead service lines, if we want to discuss that a little bit.
Yeah, let's go take them one by one, just so I stay organized.
Yeah, and Carrie, I want to remind everyone, I think it's just as Dennis pointed out, these were ideas that were teed up before the water office came before the group and had 9 charges, and I think
And before the greenhouse
gas reduction fund. So I think, as Dennis said, that's a lot of the discussions when this was teed up was really about large funding
Yes.
that are coming in. Now that those charges are here, I agree with Dennis that it may be folded into the work that's actually being done under those 2 sets of charges.
Ashley, thanks. And Carrie, Ashley Allen Jones again. I am going to take a counter view. This question of technical assistance and what in the private sector we would sort of refer to as business development, project development, scoping, separate from the engineering and design piece. To me, it just seems like literally one of the absolutely critical challenges for government agencies writ large, but particularly for EPA. And I agree that it gets well folded into these current charges, but I'm not sure we should drop it off the list altogether, because I wonder if there isn't a group that could even come together, say in a year or some period of time, and pull out those nuggets from the work we did for OZ, the P2 work, the work we'll do for greenhouse gas, the work we'll do for water, and really deliver a succinct report on the best, learnings, best models, that what all of the conclusions combined from those charges. Just pose it as an alternative idea.
So it's what you just did was just fantastic for our process, because one of the challenges that we've had in this board always is that the balance between the as expert and representative board members, you identify certain aspects that the agency is missing. The question of how actually that gets into a work plan for the board has always been challenging, and we haven't had a situation where we had time to do just that versus the other. We've all started to face this other situation again, where the agency has come to you and asked for help, and that is going to take enormous amount of bandwidth. But what you just identified is that the board members felt that there was some gap in things that we're not even asking about, that you think that agency could benefit from. So I think one way to do it is just as you said, which is just to park it. But the other way is that if there's bandwidth even amongst 1 or 2 members who feel that this is an important issue. Clearly, Ashley, you can't be doing 5 projects, by the way, just so being clear about that. But if there is energy around this topic, that, as you say, that you could start collecting information for a longer term kind of a project on the side. Because this clearly, you're still going to, based on our SOP, you're still going to have to find a client at EPA, somebody who's going to take the advice that you want to offer, that you think that the agency isn't asking you, which is this case, and who would you deliver that to? And it could be the administrator's office, or usually will be program like the Office of Policy, OEJs, ECR, yeah. So they may be very interested, but it's a matter of just finding the right, finding the time, and having the energy to kind of put that in as a group, and then having a client for that, and then of course the product delivery. So. I think what you're suggesting is just park it for now, but not forget about it. But I just wanted to share this with everyone because we have a lot of new members. And it's always been that the agency came and asked questions, which are the charge questions. But there's always been occasions where someone will say, including Craig, and I know there's a project that you try to take this on a project like this, and it was extremely difficult and challenging. Yeah, you can elaborate on the process. I think it would be worthwhile for others to hear about your experience on this. But let me just say before you do that, I think Ashley, you're just saying that we should keep it on, and yeah, just not to lose the idea that you've identified something that the agency needs that we haven't asked for yet. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's what it is.
I think the agency has asked for it just in separate charges. It's a piece of all the charges, and I just question whether it isn't something that should exist on its own, perhaps in this new Office of Justice, which I don't know the acronyms yet, but yes, it just seems like it's so critical.
So noted.
So I think it's an important function of this board to raise issues that we experience out in the community and out in our professional lives that we think the federal government, and particularly EPA, should take heed of and understand, but to try to push the boulder up the hill, if you will, of creating a charge all on our own, absent a champion within the agency, is a task that I don't think has had a lot of success in the past. We did have some success, though, on the charge that I proposed, and the fact that there is now guidance on the EPA website specifically for alternative stormwater mitigation, which was the crux of the charge. And but it took 3 years to find the right people within EPA to champion that, and then to create a process by which we could even just get very simple guidance. And I would argue that it wasn't as impactful as it could have been if it was the reverse, them coming to us for advice. So, and I've been on this board for almost 6 years now, so speak with some authority.
So we'll keep it on the list. We'll watch for opportunities for an EPA client. I think the advantage of keeping it on the list is, whether it's at the spring or fall meeting, as we review the list again, and at that point, Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, we may be beyond that charge. We may have capacity, and we may have an inbound or a client. It'll stay on the list. Okay.
And Carrie, the reason that I weighed in on this is because I agree with Ashley that with Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights, I think there is I suspect that there will be engagement with them, and this could be one of those things that they may find interesting, or just the lessons learned from all these other projects that the EFAB has done, where this was a common thread, and now that we have an office that's dedicated to looking at these issues, that there may be an easier client to find. So that's the only reason that I jumped in on this.
Dave?
May I ask Craig a clarifying question? Dave Wagner. Craig, I'm interested in lessons learned from your experience. Was it you should have gotten an EPA interested person first? Would that have made the process easier?
Yes. I think we raised an issue that, while I think as a board we believe was important, we all voted on this, we said this was something that we'd like to look at. The agency itself wasn't ready to receive that information, and it didn't have a process or a set of people in place to take that information and do something with it. They actually do now. I had a really great discussion with Ellen about this yesterday, and I'm really excited about it, and that's wonderful. So sometimes we are a little bit ahead of the curve as a board, which is why I would encourage all the board members to raise issues to the agency, or work through the board chair, work through the DFO, and say, I think this is something that maybe the agency should be interested in. But going through the whole process of getting a charge done through the board process, write it up, spending a whole bunch of time doing research, I think we can spend our time a little bit better.
So Ed, in terms of a process question for you, if anybody here on the board wanted to take on an issue, as did Craig, should the process be we go to you or to Carrie, or how do you want?
Actually, we have a standard operating procedures that deals with this. So the first thing I'll do is ask Tara to make sure that everyone gets a copy of that, because I don't think I've seen it on the website. Okay, it was provided to you in your onboarding.
I would assume we read all that.
Yeah. So
But-
you should, yeah, anyway.
But also, you know, you can reach out to me or
Yeah.
to have a conversation
About it, yeah.
You know, many of you have done that related to some of these topics, and then we'll go through the SOP, and then they show
And
up in this form.
Yeah, I mentioned the SOP because this was in fact something that we implemented just several years. It wasn't even during your entire tenure. So it's been in place for just about 3 years or so. And there's only been a few ideas that fell into this category. Craig having been the first guinea pig at this. And I think Ashley, just because of her interest in a lot of things, she keeps teeing up things like this as well. So this was, I tee this up just for, like I said, new members to get a feel for what we do with issues like this.
So it's a great segue to one of the a passion that I share with Ted Chapman and a couple of members who rolled off, the environmental risk and cost of capital and ESG topic that has struggled to find, it has not found an internal client. So Ted, do you want to say anything about this?
I mean, it's sort of like ESG itself. It's been hard to define. It's one of those things that I think there seems to be, politicization aside, general consensus that, you know, it's important, kind of hard to measure, kind of hard to define. I do appreciate Craig's anecdotes. Love the Sisyphus reference, by the way. Good deep cut. So I mean, you know, maybe we could take a similar path. It's one of those things that, you know, we can put it in the parking lot, if you will. And maybe if and when there ever is a time to find the orphan a foster home, we can maybe revisit that.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm going to echo both of those comments with Craig and Ted, but I think, you know, we are the Environmental Finance Advisory Board, and I think cost of capital, risk mitigation, and ESG is clearly within the remit of this board to advise EPA. It's a very important subject, but there is a level of frustration of finding somebody who wants to hear our advice at EPA, and Craig's example is a perfect one. It's difficult to push that into somebody who may not want to hear it.
Yeah, so in all fairness, so I will have to, I'm impartial, but you know, I do work for EPA, so I'll have to say something about this. So the on this project, one of the lessons learned is that there's a lot of, you know, you was trying to define, I think you did have interaction with Satem and our Office of Policy folks, but it gets at sort of who at EPA would be the right group of people to look at this. And it was extremely, I think over dinner, we had some conversations about EPA structure and organization and our regulatory focus and so on. So it was the anecdotes about difficulty in finding clients is really about, is it the mission fit? And in the standard operating procedure, one of the criteria for working on projects is, can EPA have an impact on an issue that you're advising? So, because you can advise on issues that EPA could do nothing about, and that's one of the criteria that we ask the board members to consider before taking on. And this one, it's very important. The question is how EPA could interact with you to have an impact, and I think that didn't get far, but I do think that this particular project, that's what the challenge was. And I think where we landed was that I think that's right at the time when the FCC put out their rule about the reporting. And the expert that we had in-house actually left. And so I think it kind of died out. So I think it's worthwhile keeping.
And we had two massive pieces of legislation come
That's right.
in
That's
with you know, kind of changing the urgency and the focus of EPA. And so I think that was another, you know, timing issue.
And this one, I do recommend that you do keep it on just from a DFO perspective also, because all of one of the areas that we did in the exploration did figure out is that EPA has information, data, whether it's monitoring information, there's a lot of reported information that we collect. And the question was, how does that feed into having more information available for decision making? And so just know that people who were interested were very interested, but we just couldn't make progress in the process.
So that one will stay on our list. Hope springs eternal. The next one, Farm Ranch Rural Communities, we had a great presentation and engagement with that FACA. I believe, Ed, we were waiting for them to come back to us. We're on their radar screen. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we're still in the process because they had some delay in getting members on board, right? Do you want to come up here and give us?
That's right.
Yeah.
They had their own FACA turnover or reconstituting that they were working to.
So we had 2 other advisory committee. Well, let me just back up. When Janet McCabe, our deputy administrator, came to speak to this body, she encouraged all of us to coordinate and collaborate with other federal advisory committees. And so in our, I think, meeting or 2 ago, we invited the Farm, Ranch, Rural Communities Advisory Committee, as well as National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. And this particular project was teed up to collaborate with the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Advisory Committee. And Andrew's going to give us an update.
Sure, I don't have too much to add. Andrew Wynn, EPA Region 7 for the record. But yes, to Ed's point, this was something that we broached during the March meeting. There were subsequent discussions with the FRIC, is the acronym FRRCC. And so those discussions continue. That advisory board within EPA was going through a similar membership drive that this board went through this summer. Theirs was a little bit further delayed in terms of their membership coming on board, and I think they're still going through that process. So I think that might be something similar to the ESG conversation to table and keep on the back burner for now and revisit with that advisory board.
Yes, and just as a personal matter, from Andrew and I, as you know, our day job is in Region 7, and we are the ag region in the country. So there's a real interest and ready-made client in the ag advisor to the administrator and Region 7. So I think when there is a project definition on this will move forward. So there's no delay other than the fact that the Farm Ranch Rural Communities Advisory Committee hasn't stood up yet, essentially. So this is still in progress.
I will just plant a seed for those working on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. There's a lot of overlap on qualified projects. And so some of this may come up, maybe not at the in-depth level that the FRIC would want to engage with us, but that could be a little bit of a start of the journey.
Right, and the reason that we got involved with FRIC on this is really there is a lot of ag interest and greenhouse gas reduction interface that I think the agency is very much interested in, and we work very closely in Region 7 with USDA also, and so there's a lot of interest in this when we could get it going.
And the interest too was around blended finance models, project finance models. So I think there will be some unintended work on this.
Well, again, Ashley was interested in this work too. I don't know what she thinks.
It wasn't just.
I just point her out for George was interested in this.
Craig, yes,
yeah.
We had a number of folks. Eric and then George.
I guess sort of a question about that ag stuff. Speaking of the greenhouse gas reduction nexus, but in IRA, there's something like 20 billion of funding, mostly through USDA for regenerative agriculture stuff, and I'm wondering how we should be just thoughts on it's not EPA's brief, but it's a huge effort. So like, how should we be thinking about that?
And we recognize that, and that's why I mentioned Region 7, because in Region 7, we're already doing a lot of work in that space. So we're again, a ready-made client, just as the Office of the Administrator and the Senior Advisor. I think he was here for the Ag Advisor, and he's very interested in working with this board as well. So it's just a matter of the timing, and I don't know when this is going to happen with the FRIC, but when it does, you may have a time crunch and sort of time constraint for the board. So,
not to make it frick and frack here, but I just wanted to highlight something. I'm working on a scenario for pesticide registration under FIFRA. Where there's some very specific EPA issues in interfacing with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on being compliance with the Endangered Species Act. And that's ongoing. It's a lot of folks are wrestling with this issue. It's a very targeted issue that EPA is heavily involved with. And that's an example to me of something that this board, when we have free time, could look at.
Thank you, George. Anything else on the FRIC collaboration? All right, the next one is water affordability, and no, I'm not going to say we can declare victory, but I think we can say it's covered in the exploratory work group that we just teed up. But there were, we had Ted Chapman, Cynthia Kohler, Phyllis Garcia, Eric. Any comments on that? Okay. Next one is expanding SRF capacity. There was a lot of interest in this. And I know, Mariana, you wanted to talk about that. So
yes, I was thinking that we could, again, kind of incorporate that into some of these other charges we're looking at. I think we're at the charge on utilization rates. If there is some expansion on how we can use the SRF, that might help with that. So I think as we look at some of these water charges, if we can maybe also think about possible expansion of using the SRF.
It's a great suggestion. Anyone else? I will say some of the other things that were expressions of interest around this topic were other uses, non-traditional uses of the SRF, going back to, I think there was a 2014 report on using it for green infrastructure, other, guarantee sort of options. And I know this came up in the P2 work group. So as it relates to the non-water expansion of the SRF, I may suggest we keep it on and revisit at a future point, because I think I'm remembering that correctly. There were kind of a range of ideas around expanding SRF capacity.
One of the ideas that we contemplated, I believe, 2 meetings ago was utilizing the SRF to expand water quality, water quantity trading, and using that as a way for essentially the SRF to be a market maker, particularly for disadvantaged communities that couldn't access debt financing or couldn't run capital improvement programs. So to the degree that that is part of one of the existing charges,
exploration,
right, that'd be great, but also keeping it on the back burner.
Okay.
For a future exploration would also be
great. David Zimmer.
David Zimmer for the record. Thanks, Carrie. I want to weigh in here as people think about utilizing the SRF in untraditional ways and just be a cautionary voice. Every state authorizes the use of SRF dollars via statute, via regulations, etc. So for example, if somebody came into New Jersey and asked the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank to finance projects that might be associated with water, but weren't water projects, I would not be able to do it as our statute currently stands. I would have to go to the legislature and request specific language amendments, right? So again, I don't want to dissuade people from thinking about creative ways on how to use the SRF, but if you're not an SRF, you have to understand that there are a lot of loops that we jump through and set up prior to us being able to execute the dollars that we receive.
Great caution, David. Thank you for that. Al, do you have your hand up?
I did briefly. The only two comments I wanted to make on that front were to reiterate the earlier discussion around greenhouse gas emissions, whether or not there is a role for existing revolving loan instruments to support carbon finance, to support decarbonization of water infrastructure funded by infrastructure money. That's an area that we've certainly heard a lot of interest in the nonprofit and association community around exploring. It's a little further out there. And the other bit was around sponsorships and whether or not there's some role for sponsorships in the affordability agenda and whether there's more work to do there.
Al, on the second one, I think that will be part of the exploratory water group. On the first point, if you want to send me any email notes to capture for, future when we revisit expanding SRF capacity to the extent that it's not covered in the water charge, please do that because I'm not certain, unless somebody else captured those notes.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Al. Okay, and then the last one was lead service line replacement, which I think it was it 18 months or 2 years ago when Janet McCabe came. This was a big area of interest, personal area of interest for her, and Ted Hennepin had asked that we keep this on the list. I know Ted's not here, and I think there were some other board members who had expressed interest in this. I'm forgetting who they were now. So I
actually you should act, well, Ellen's not here, but maybe somebody is Raphael or someone on the group, because a lot has happened on the pipeline.
Well, I wonder if maybe for this we should ask for a briefing on this at our next meeting. I think Cynthia? We can't hear you, Cynthia.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
I think you're right to keep it on the list, but I don't think we need to move forward. There's, quite a lot of dedicated funds that have come out of these acts. So I think a briefing is the right way. But I think a lot has changed since this was first suggested. So my recommendation would be to keep it on the list, but not try to move forward with it now.
And do a briefing. Yeah, great. Excellent. Okay, we made it through all the great ideas that have been generated over the last year or so. So I think we are running ahead of schedule. Do you want to do your?
Yeah, I can. And for me, there isn't much to kind of report out. I've pretty much reported out on everything. But the only thing that I wanted to update you on is Tara's looked into the dates for next year. And I'm trying to remember, Tara and at the end of January is the date that we're most likely. I know it's going to be winter in Washington, D.C., but that's most likely the last week of January is when we'll have the in-person meeting, and it will be in Washington, D.C., and the venue is going to be at the EPA headquarters building. And I think it's the Oceans Conference Room where maybe, okay. Tara's giving me hand signal, maybe. Just to remind everyone, the reason that we're trying to do this is that for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the 180 days requirement for EPA to come up with a plan ends up, I think it's on February 14th. So we're trying to make sure that we reserve, just in case the December 15th deadline slips. We're trying to reserve some time in January so that the board has an ability to approve whatever recommendation that
Or if we have to approve in multiple parts.
in multiple parts, so that we're between now and January, end of January in-person meeting. We're gonna have 3 additional virtual meetings, and I can give you a little more details on that now, because I think we just actually drafted the Federal Register notice to be published on this. So you'll recall the dates, in addition to the in-person date, was virtual meetings on November 17th, December 1st, and December 15th. And November 17th and December 1st, there'll be 2-hour meetings that will be planned, and that will be planned for I'm trying to remember, 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern time, and it will be published in the Federal Register notice for the same 17th and the 1st. And on the 15th, it will be a 4-hour meeting, which will be from 1 to 5 Eastern time. I think I got that. Yeah, I'm doing this from memory. So, any comments or questions about other process issues that I can help with?
So for the exploratory water group, that January meeting, end of January meeting will be a good kind of very interim update, check-in. And then we would look to schedule something, probably in the later spring, for a vote consideration on moving for virtual meeting. We have a lot of work in front of us. This is very much a working board, and now more than ever, very, very great work ahead of us. Should we take a break until public comments?
And you'll notice that we built.
Oh, sorry, we had
there's
Ted Chapman.
Oh, sorry, Ted. It's a peripheral vision thing for us. I'm sorry.
Don't talk to me about vision, I get it. Ted Chapman for the record. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time, if this is sort of a new business item, but as long as we're forward looking for the January meeting. It's my understanding there's a work group, and I think they're actually active right now discussing climate risk and resilience. I would ask if maybe, I'm not sure what their final deliverable is. I know that they're, I think, wrapping up, but if they could maybe have a representative do a report out at the January meeting, I would find it personally very interesting.
So it's funny that you mentioned that, because you, I think, asked for this. The board asked for this briefing at the previous meeting, and we just did not think that we would have the time this time to bring, and just because of what was on the agenda. So we're happy to have an update for you in January.
And Tara's nodding her head, yes. So great. So you'll capture that for a January agenda request. Great.
And then I think the other briefing that was asked for was the lead.
The lead pipe.
Replacement.
There was also an outstanding request for just an update on SRF. Somebody who asked for that.
Yeah, there were 2 that the 2 that you just mentioned are the ones that we decided not to put on the agenda for this meeting, because we didn't know how long it was going to take to approve the 2 recommendations and 1 new charge and the exploratory work group. So.
Yeah. Great. All right. Well, we do have public comments scheduled at 40 minutes past, and so I think we're pretty much done with our business. We do have one comment. Do you want to do that now? Do we have to? I think we told the public though, right?
Yeah. So we'll do it at 3:40.
3:40. So if we could have folks back here at 3:35.
3:35. That's 10 minutes.
3:38 or so we can get going at 3:40. We only have 2 commenters, so it's not the end of the world for a little bit. Great. Thank you.
We are back, Carrie, and I think we are on to our public comments.
That's right. We had two scheduled public commenters today, and I believe we have Andrew Kessler on the line. And we have a 3-minute timer. Do you know how to work it out? All right, great. So we've got Andrew Kessler from New York Green Bank, who is going to speak on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Welcome, Andrew. Good to see you.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hey, good afternoon. I'm Andrew Kessler, president of New York Green Bank, and thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. New York Green Bank is a $1 billion New York State sponsored investment fund. We operate as a division of the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, NYSERDA, and we're the largest green bank in the United States. Our mission is to work with the private sector to transform financing markets in ways that accelerate clean energy investments on an equitable basis and in support of New York State's climate goals. Since we opened for business in 2013, we have advanced this mission by making $1.8 billion of investments in more than 100 transactions in asset classes that are critical to the clean energy transition. Our team works every day to make investments that are market-based, replicable, and scalable. And then we find ways to create secondary markets for those investments. And since New York passed its historic climate law in 2019, we are committed to ensuring that at least 35%, with a goal of 40% of our investments benefit disadvantaged communities across New York State. Given New York Green Bank's investment record in New York, we welcome the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund as a historic opportunity to further accelerate clean energy investments across the United States. We also welcome the Greenhouse Gas Fund's emphasis on low-income and disadvantaged communities, which is directly in line with our commitment to support these communities across New York State. And finally, we welcome and strongly support the Environmental Financial Advisory Board's proposed charge to the exploratory work group for the Greenhouse Gas Fund. We encourage the EPA, EFAB, and the work group to run a transparent consultative process that solicits feedback on the design and the implementation of the fund from the broader stakeholder community. As a general principle, we encourage competitive allocation methodologies that are designed to identify recipients that can mobilize capital at scale, especially in low income and disadvantaged communities. Such recipients should have a demonstrated ability to leverage private sector capital and access secondary markets. Finally, they should have strong internal controls and compliance programs to ensure responsible stewardship of public funds. For the Zero Emission Technologies Fund, it will be critical to have a reallocation mechanism that ensures that funds are not left unused, but instead can be reallocated to other recipients who are able to maximize the use of these funds. We would also suggest that the fund's compliance requirements avoid undue administrative burdens on recipients, while still, of course, ensuring robust oversight and protection of public dollars. In particular, we suggest that the states that already have established criteria for disadvantaged communities be able to use such criteria to satisfy EPA's requirements. We look forward to receiving further guidance in the weeks ahead from the EPA, EFAB, and the work group. We stand ready to engage collaboratively with all market actors to advance this effort. In the meantime, we thank EPA leadership and staff, as well as EFAB and the work group, for their important work ahead on making the Greenhouse Gas Fund a success. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make these remarks.
Thank you, Andrew. With that, I do not believe we do not have Monique Harden on the line from the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice, who was going to be speaking verbally on funding community-led solutions to remedy environmental racism. So we will be reaching out and inviting Monique to submit supplementary written comments around that. And I believe with that, our business is concluded, and I think, Ed, it's time to gavel out.
Yes, unless there are any objections, and I see none. So I'm going to gavel out and wish everyone safe travels home.
Thank you, EPA colleagues. Real quick before everyone scatters to the hinterlands, for those of you who are still here with us, please leave your name badges and your tent cards, and that way we can reduce, reuse, recycle. We are the EPA. You will hear from our travel center who will be reaching out to you for your vouchers. So make sure you get your hotel receipts, any cab receipts, things like that, parking receipts at the airport, so that we can get that together and vouchered. The materials are online. So some of the materials that came in while we were meeting, they are available for you online. And we will have the minutes posted within 90 days of today. And if you have any additional questions after this meeting, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.